and you decide that you want to focus just on food and preparations of food that are in that niche, and they're obviously dealing with a lot of garlic, and hence your product would be really easy to drop in there. So you build a community around the people that are using your product and not the product itself. Nobody has ever jumped onto Facebook to go to their crock pot community, right? It just doesn't happen. You said you do? No. Oh, it's like, I was not expecting that. Email by far, again, after PPC, email is the biggest growth lever I use in all of my businesses, okay? Anybody want to debate that? Carmen, you had something to say? She's not listening. All right. Yes. Yes. You're talking about the follow-up email sequences? I use it because it's there. I haven't received results yet that are worth getting up and do a presentation on, but I suspect, like everything Amazon, they either kill it fast or they feed it and grow it out. They're feeding this and growing this out. You definitely want to be following up with your customer any chance you get. Putting on my little like Nostradamus hat for a second, I suspect that Amazon's going to let us send unique deals to people based on the activity that they've been seeing on our page, how frequently they've been there, have they bought before? If you've bought before, exclusive discounts. So I would use it just to start incorporating it into. I'm sorry? I don't have amazing results on it. Keep in mind, currently, the only brand I currently have left on Amazon is Live Insects. So it's not, it's a more difficult category on Amazon than others, right? Anybody else on that one? No? Everybody's an email master. Okay. All right, this last one, and I think I'm good on time, and then maybe we'll take a few questions, yeah? This last one has been an amazing growth lever for me. However, I did it wrong in the beginning, and I suspect that a lot of you have as well. And that is expanding internationally. We've sold everywhere that Amazon has a presence. We even sold iPhone phone cases with American flags on it in Amazon China when that was a thing, right? And they did great. We'd have to send it out to Japan, bounce it off, and send it back in because you couldn't just get it from your factory and sell it on Amazon China. Expanding internationally is easier than ever. I will be completely transparent and say I did not use Avast for my successes internationally. But I will also be ultra transparent that if I had a time machine and if I could go back to when I started selling internationally, I would totally have used Avast. Yes. So not just because they're one of the owners of this event and have put on an amazing event for us, but selling internationally is not getting easier, right? The certifications, the social compliance, all this different stuff that you need to do to successfully sell internationally, it is not getting easier if you try to do it on your own. I cannot recommend enough expanding internationally, and I cannot recommend enough trying to do it on your own is not a good idea. Connect with Avast. Extremely knowledgeable. They've been on the podcast like twice, and each time we just picked it apart, sent it to the team, and I'm like, well, we're not doing that. We better start doing that. So definitely reach out to them and work with them and expand internationally. Any questions that anybody has about any of those growth levers that I've used in my business, I'd be happy to expand on, or any questions you have if you disagree with them. Yep. 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 No, Amazon Post, we actually had given up on it at one point. Not because it didn't work, but it was just the ROI wasn't really there. It was very resource intensive. We saw some people doing some cool stuff with Midjourney, the AI tool, and we've recently, I am not an AI expert. Notice how I didn't put AI in any of these growth levers. Maybe in a year I might have it there, but I don't think there's any excuse not to do posts, but you got to do it in a certain way to at least make it look like your actual product is in that post that you're putting there, but now we flood it. But no, I'm not talking about posts. With creating content, I'm talking about off of Amazon. I think, personal opinion, if you have an Amazon business that's just an Amazon business, I think that is very short-sighted. It's very dangerous. And my ulcer is acting up just thinking about it. So building content off of Amazon is also now easier than ever with ChatGPT and Midjourney and stuff like that. But I use a lot of stuff like Answer the Public. I'm a big fan of a book if you want to read something, because I'm going to get run off the stage in a second. And that's called They Ask, You Answer. And this is pretty much whatever people in your space are asking about in Reddit, in Quora, in all those other places, in the FAQs on Amazon, whatever they're asking, answer that. And answer it better than anyone in the internet, and call it whatever piece of content you want. You want to call it a blog, you want to call it an FAQ, whatever you want, and send it in an email to your community. Sean has a question? Oh, God.
Yes. So I happen to know that you have this amazing, fast video call content for sellers. We're just sitting out of class and have 50 people streaming live. Can you please look into the camera and tell people where to find out how to see that video call?
Go to wizardsofecom.com/academy so you can see all this info that we talk about in Miami. Thank you for that. Yeah. Any other questions? We're right under time.
Yeah. How many emails do you send to the customers per month?
I don't have a fixed number per month. I could tell you, I'm going to answer that in a different way. I would say 12 years ago, you could get away with a week. You weren't really email marketing if you were doing this, but you were in the game. You could get away with a once a week. But people's attention, if you're not in somebody's face a few times per week nowadays, you're just forgotten. In people's face, in their inbox, in their PayPal, in their voicemail, you got to be everywhere. The more you can get in front of their face, the better. I would just say add the highest value possible. And if you're thinking people won't open your email, if you knew that you would receive $100 every time you open my email, you probably would open it. So the short of it is find out what that number is for everyone on your list, and just make sure you're adding value, that or more in each one of your emails, and they will open everything. And guess what? They'll buy from you without 100% off. Yeah.
Let's say that you're going to have to start all over again the entire amount. Considering your knowledge that you accumulated the time, how you portray to start again from the beginning, the whole process, what are you going to do different? And if it's possible to explain your so if I started again, this is what I would do different.
So your question is, if I was starting all over again, what would I do? And I'm going to do this in 2 minutes. All right. So this will be the last question. I'm going to be here all day and we can talk about a bunch of stuff. Well, the first thing I would do is not quit my day job. And if I didn't have a day job, I would go get a day job probably. But you need to pay the bills. You need to keep a roof over the head of your family. You need to do all that stuff. I know that's not the sexy thing to say, and you're supposed to be like, I'm unhirable entrepreneur or bust. But at the end of the day, you have responsibility, just life responsibilities. Quitting your day job is horrible. I know that because that's what I did. Right. So I would secure that. And can you just throw a number out there? Am I starting dead broke, sleeping in a box, or do I have any money? $1,000. I would definitely get a job, but with the $1,000, you guys aren't going to like this, my PL purists, but I would put $1,000 into retail arbitrage. I'd flip that to about 10. I'd put 5 over into Amazon wholesale. I'd keep another 5 going. In arbitrage, I'd grow that to 50. I'd put 30 into PL and I'd drop arbitrage. I'd keep the wholesale going. I'd also tap into the Amazon influencer program that's out there right now and just take video reviews of products and they pay me and you can make a few $1,000s a month. But yeah, that's what I would do.
Can I just add on that? You dropping to $10,000 as savings, you should have made at least 10 over 100,000. Because you can't just take 10,000 and say,
correct.
That is going to be 10,000 is profit that's coming from 100,000 10 over.
Correct. Yeah, awesome point. We could keep going with it, but we're out of time, and I really want to hear Mariana and the other presenters today. So thank you so much. Time was good?
Yeah, that was perfect.
Here, so you can give this to somebody when they come.
Yep. Thank you. All right, you guys, give it up one more time for Carlos. All right, you guys, so we are actually going to take a quick break, refresh on some coffee, get another snack. But before we do that, I apologize. We neglected to do this at the beginning. Wi-Fi. The network that you want to be on is W Hotels Conference, and the password is WSB23. WS as in Sam, B as in boy, 23. Yep, that would make so much sense. W South Beach, thank you. discussing expanding across borders. I also want to thank our online listeners. We got about 50 to 60 people watching the live stream, so thank you everybody tuning in there. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this time I'd like to invite Mike and Kevin up for a fireside chat discussing expanding across borders.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. So, good morning, everyone. Oh, take my seat now. This is good. Oh, it's a different look up here when you're at the front. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. So, as my name is Michael, I'm from Avask, as I said before. I'm delighted to be hosting this fireside chat with Kevin Sanderson. We've known Kevin for quite a few years. He's been working with Avast for a while, so it's really good to be able to actually stand here and start working with him in this way. So, Kevin, please tell us a little bit about yourself to start with.
Well, first off, thank you for having me, and thank you for everyone for coming here. One thing I did want to ask is, how many people are currently selling internationally? A handful of people. Who wants to sell internationally? All right, good deal. So at least we've got the right room of people I think that can hopefully benefit from what we have to talk about here. So, sorry, what was your question again?
Sorry, it was, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Tell us a little about yourself. So once upon a time, once upon a time, I did used to work at the Magical Place on I-4 in Orlando, but left that, decided after leaving there in multiple years down the road that I no longer wanted to chase the corporate dream. And I was working for a friend of mine's insurance agency up in Stewart. Does anybody actually know where Stewart or Palm City is? Kudos to the people that raised your hand. You guys get a gold star. So I live about 2 hours north of here. And I was watching their company just with absolute rocket ship growth. Have you ever seen that meme of someone who goes up to his boss in front of like a Bugatti or something like that and think he's going to get this like motivational speech? And it's like, if you work really hard and put in extra hours, I can buy another one of these. And I felt like I was kind of living that. And I'm still friends with the owners of that business, but I decided if I'm going to work that hard, I wanted to start doing something for myself. So I started my own business selling on Amazon in 2015. So almost 8 years ago, time flies. And then I started helping people with virtual summits and things of that nature. So I've been hosting virtual summits, which Avast has been a sponsor of. Thank you very much. And Maximizing E-commerce was actually acquired back in January by Stephen Pope from My Amazon Guy. So I'm still operating Maximizing E-commerce, but I'm also VP of marketing at My Amazon Guy. So I've probably too many logs in the fire. But as entrepreneurs, I think that's what we do is we sometimes overcommit ourselves.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, congratulations for that. So how did you start? How did you start selling? What were the first few steps you did?
Yeah, so probably like a lot of people, just started diving into trying to figure out the platform. Now, the people who provide information back in 2015, 16 are different than often people who are today. Some are still around. But I started listening to a podcast called The Amazing Seller Podcast by a gentleman named Scott Volker, who I've since become friends with. He's actually a really good guy. But he's no longer in the Amazon space, but I learned kind of the basics of it there. And then started with one product, started more products, decided I only have so much money to put into more products. So I need to take the products I'm currently selling and offer them to more people. How can I do that? So then I went into Canada and I went across the pond to where you live. Well, I've actually never been there, but I started selling my products there and then selling in other places in Europe and Australia. Tried Japan, that didn't really work out, but basically just keep trying different things along the way.
Okay, and so you mentioned you started in the US and you then went to Canada. What were some of the challenges you faced when you were actually operating just in those two marketplaces?
Yeah, I think some of it, the challenge is when you're in another country, you're playing by someone else's rules. Now, Amazon makes it fairly easy, but there's usually some sort of boxes you have to check off. Like in Canada, there's like forms you got to fill out. Now, the nice thing is some of your competition won't fill out the forms or talk to somebody to help them fill out the forms because it just seems like too much work. But, like Canada, for example, has consistently been about 20% bump on top of my US sales. The UK has been, generally in the 15 to 20% mark as well. So,
And are you selling the same products in all the marketplaces?
yes, I sell either the same products I sell in the US or at least the top sellers. Something that doesn't sell well in the US, I generally won't offer it elsewhere. But if it sells in the US, chances are there's probably people in the UK who are searching for something similar to it.
Oh, brilliant, excellent. And and when navigating between the US and the UK, I mean, I think there is an inherent sort of feeling that trading across the Atlantic is really quite difficult. It's quite onerous. How did you find it? What were your experiences when you first connected across the pond?
Yeah, absolutely. So it used to be easier to get a VAT number. Like you could just go online, fill out a form, and they would just pretty much give it to you almost right away. It's a little more complicated. There's more like you almost have to prove that you need it, which seems kind of weird. So, but again, you're playing in someone else's sandbox. You have to play by their rules. At the time when I first started, I was selling in the UK and then went to Germany and other countries. And I was trying to do the VAT compliance myself. And I came to realize one of the reports, I didn't pay attention to the fact that some of it was in pounds and some of it was in euros. And so there is a difference between the two. So that's been resolved since, but I'm sure the tax people can probably say you shouldn't have messed that one up. I did.
So when expanding cross borders, what would your first tip be when you're, say, entering into a new region?
Start small. Sometimes people are like, well, if I'm ordering a container at a time for the US, and if I'm going into Canada or I'm going into the UK, I need to order a container for that. No, just take your existing shipment and tell your supplier, hey, take a few cases and ship it into the UK, or just something to at least get started, because you can always figure things out more once you're in the arena and you're testing things out than you can if you're on the sideline trying to optimize something that hasn't even started yet.
Okay. So, and I presume then you can take advantage of economies of scale, really, if you're then ordering much more product, and you can then just divert some of that to a different area.
Absolutely. And I was at a panel at Prosper last year, and another gentleman that I was on the panel with, he said one of the things he does is he just orders from his supplier, I want X number of units, and then when it's time to ship, I'll tell you where to ship it. So then at that point, rather than 6 weeks earlier or whatever, when he makes the shipment or when he orders the shipment to say, hey, I want you to put it here, here, and here, he can say, oh, maybe the US is slowed down, so I can move some of those units into the European Union, or I can move some of them into Canada or something. So he uses it as a way to help actually better manage his inventory.
Okay. And I know that there is obviously if you're shipping lots of things into the country. So, for example, you're shipping an entire container load in. Amazon can't take all of that all in one go, can they? So, what would you recommend in that instance?
In general, I think it's important to always have a warehouse partner of some sort. So, I have a small warehouse in Palm City where I live. I've used warehouses in the UK, and I think it's important because I think we're all finding that it's harder to just store product at Amazon anymore. It used to be you could just send it all in, keep it there for a year, but Amazon keeps restricting us more and more and more. So we got to find creative ways to send less in at a time, because I think Amazon's becoming more and more complicated. I think that's the model they're going to. So I think whether you're in the UK, Canada, or wherever, you need to have some partner with space outside of Amazon.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
In the States, you were able to send a full container straight into Amazon, therefore saving the 3PL costs. That's not true in Europe. You can't sell a sent container. You have to go through a 3PL regardless. So might as well go through your 3PL,
Right.
forwarders, then you have control on how you want to grid feed.
That's an excellent point, because at the end of the day, in business, the more you can control part of the supply chain, part of your sales and marketing, whatever you can control better, the better off you're going to be, because there's always going to be decisions outside of your control made by somebody in Seattle, or really nowadays by an algorithm that you can't even communicate with or fight your case with. So the more you can be adaptable, the better off you're going to be.
Okay. And when looking into the UK and the European model, what marketplaces were you selling in, or are you selling in still?
Yeah, so right now I'm primarily focusing on the UK. I mean, I think for anyone, it's kind of a no-brainer. People speak the same language. Some of the wording might be a little different, so you might have to localize spellings, color with a U, or, Z might be an S or something. It just depends on your product, or the slang might be kind of different. But for the most part, it's the same mentality of customers, very similar culture. So it's a no-brainer. And then you can always test that now with European Fulfillment Network, turning on your, it's not quite as good as it was a few years ago, but you still have the ability to do some cross-border shipments of products from
Absolutely.
your UK stock.
No, absolutely. And you can, I think Amazon have even got a couple of promotions that Avask is involved in one of those. It's the ATS promotion, and it can help you to get your goods across from the UK to EU quite easily. So I think that's a really good way to expand as well, is to, if you're going to try and along those routes, to try that. I think that's really good. So tell me, what are some of the things that you found difficult, or what were some of the challenges you faced when you were growing and expanding your business?
Yes. So anyone here enjoy going to the DMV to get your license? One person. No offense to our European counterparts here, but I have found whatever you dislike about the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, amplify that when you're dealing with bureaucracies in Europe. No offense, but I'm seeing some shaking heads, yes, from people that are from Europe, know what I'm talking about. And things that would seem simple, check boxes, it's not as simple as you'd think. And every now and then, even Amazon will throw a curveball at you. I have made 0 sales in the UK for the last 2 months, not because of anything I did wrong, but because an algorithm was having trouble identifying that the address in my bank statement matched the address on my seller account, until I literally told them, Stuart is the same city in both places. And then they cleared it.
Wow. Okay.
So you're going to have things come up, whether it be from Amazon. Amazon can be harder to navigate because you can't really talk to somebody, but at least I have found, and like I said before, you guys have been a sponsor of events I've put on, so not 100% unbiased, but I have been a client of Avask now for almost 5 years, well before I hosted any events. And I have found you need someone to walk through that understands the latest nuances of, when they say this form, they actually mean this, because someone needs to call on your behalf and say, no, this is the right form for this reason. Because if you try to navigate all that on your own, you end up like me, but worse, when I was submitting VAT returns that had euros on them, pretending it was still pounds.
Okay, yeah. So that's very interesting. So you think obviously it's really important to deploy an expert in this field when you're expanding cross-border. I think one of the things that sellers do find difficult is to basically stay up to date with so much legislation in so many different countries. It is quite impossible. And taking your business across border can be, again, one of the most challenging things, but it doesn't have to be. You can make it easier. I mean, you've talked about some fantastic steps here. What are some of the steps that you could, now that you know all of the things that could go wrong, what are some of the steps that you could have taken which could have made it easier for you?
Yeah, good question. So when I started expanding internationally, there was less information out there. There was a handful of podcasts, and I just kind of tried to reverse engineer what I heard. But now, kudos to everybody in this room for investing your time to come to something like this, to learn from some amazing people in this room that really know a lot of stuff. Ask questions, ask lots of questions. Ask people who have been there before. The nice thing is, most of us in this room, we don't talk to people all day long who do this type of thing. We're surrounded by people that do other stuff. Like when I worked at the Magical Place on I-4, I was surrounded by other people that all they knew was that company. But when you're an e-com seller, you're surrounded by people who are like my wife, God bless her, and how supportive she's been over the years. But I start talking about like conversion rates or ACOS, and it's like, all of a sudden she starts disappearing. She's got other things to work on. Suddenly, she's got to go to Publix for something. She's just got to get away. So, take advantage of situations like now and, communicate with the people in the room. I mean, I have people that I've met at events like this or Seller Summit, which is in Fort Lauderdale in May, which I highly recommend going to. I have people that I've been keeping in contact with for years and bouncing off ideas. And it's hard online when you're in like a comment section or a Facebook group to know, is this someone I trust? But if you look somebody in the eye and you're like, oh, I see where you're coming from, and you develop that relationship, that's so invaluable. So ask questions, get to know people, get to know someone, even if they're just one chapter ahead of your book, just stay in contact with them. And if there's somebody one chapter behind, get your arm behind, help pull them along, because we're all here to figure this out. As my buddy Steven says, it's not you and me against each other, it's you and me against Amazon. So nothing against the company in Seattle, but we're all trying to figure this out together. We should look at each other as a collaborative environment.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Does anyone want to ask Kevin any questions? Oh, yep, there's one at the back there. Hang on, I'm going to run down. Oh.
Hi, I think I met you a few minutes ago. Have you tried MCF, besides Amazon? Like, selling in any other marketplace and using their service?
I want to make sure I understand the question you're asking. You're saying, have I used multi-channel fulfillment from a third party?
For a third party, because Amazon is offering you right now in Europe. We've been selling in Europe since 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. And one of the challenges that you said is true. We are encountering some bad apples, especially with Chinese sellers, where they don't play by the rules, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we have experience, and here in the US, Amazon is 40%, 60%, depends on the month of our sales. But in Europe, in Canada, in other marketplaces, they're 100%. So we are considering, and we have tried, Shopify, and we have tried some other platforms, and using Amazon as a 3PL company. Now, I know the gentleman here, I also know Melanie for many, many years. I know they're very well aware, and they know, and they have helped me many times with many compliance problems. But I have never seen a seller, or I have never worked with a seller who have ever tried to do, let's say, sell Shopify, Etsy, eBay, any of these marketplaces, and have Amazon do the 3PL. The reason why I'm asking is because for us, we manufacture pet products, and our 3PL costs, they route us to a company, but the 3PL cost of shipping was 200% more expensive than Amazon with the MCF. So my question for you is, I know your experience, I know you've been trying, and you never tried it before. Thank you, sorry.
No, that's a great question. So I generally, if I use, just to clarify my statement earlier about using a warehouse or something, it's more to store inventory, to help control, like, it's not so much your IPI score, even though they still put it right there in front of you on the dashboard. It's really more about the cubic volume that you get. And so to try to have better turnover of FBA inventory, if you have less in the warehouse at Amazon, your turnover is faster. So with better turnover, theoretically, you have better scores. And so I think we're all still trying to figure out the capacity monitor. But sure. So, but back to your question about using MCF, my general philosophy is whenever in doubt, try it. The challenge that we all have is we all have a million things we want to try. And if you're doing 40 to 60% of your sales in the US or on Amazon, you're probably the anomaly. Somebody like me who's 99% probably of my sales are on Amazon. And so you probably understand how to convert like on a Shopify store and things of that nature. So I would say probably in your case, it's probably worth testing out and whatever's going to be the fastest to market. And I would imagine taking your FBA SKUs and sending them multi-channel fulfillment. If that's your best cost, it's probably your best route to quickest start shipping. And then if you're getting the sales, then start figuring out your 3PLs. Should you find a different 3PL to do the fulfillment? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no. We use that, we also use the DART program, and we have 1,600 SKUs more or less. So what we do is we have, our top rotation products are sent to Canada.
Okay.
We were gonna send it to Mexico. Mexico changed their policies and we were stopped right away, so we didn't put in any inventory in the ground with there. So with the products, because of our variations of between 150 to 200 variations in each one of our products, what we do is we put an anchor SKU. That anchor SKU basically the one we do the rotation, and the product we charge to sell, we still offer it, but we can only offer it to the NARC program for both Mexico and Canada. Unfortunately, we don't have NARC in Europe. We used to have it until the UK decided to away. And that's my question. In Europe, you get stuck with the overstock, with a piece or to bring the product that can sell that. It's very costly. So that's why we think about the deal.
Yeah, and I've admittedly made bad decisions on purchases. Oh, we've all made bad decisions, but I made bad decisions on purchases and had to send some back to a 3PL just so I could open up space for other stuff that was moving. So, yeah.
I can help you there. I am German. There's quite a bit of a network over there as well. If we can bring you in touch with some 3PL companies, not a problem.
Sure.
Also, some of them do that. But what others also do is, on one hand, when you have your Shopify store, there's also a Shopify connection, for example, for Amazon and MCF. So some of them are fully running it, all of their direct sales to the end customers over the Amazon network. Storing all those countries we have a new story. I can make later.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. That's great. So we're coming up on time. We've got about 5 more minutes left of this panel discussion. So what I'm just going to ask you my last question, I think, and then if anyone has any further questions for Kevin, he'll be around for a little bit. Perhaps go and have a chat with him if you want to. So that'll be great as well. So Kevin, obviously there's we can't miss the news at the moment with regards to the state of the financial affairs and what's going on in 2023. What would your one piece of advice to sellers that are looking to grow and expand their businesses in 2023?
Good question. The doomsday is coming in 7 days scenario that I've been seeing in YouTube videos for 7 years now. It might come tomorrow. It might not ever come. I mean, we just don't know. But the reality is we have to constantly shift with what can we do to run a better business? What can we do to try something a little differently that maybe if it works, great. And if it doesn't, don't do that again. But, and I know this isn't 100% on that note, but I'm still kind of curious, like what is long-term that AI is going to play in things. I think some of it is just staying on top of what is everyone else doing to flex, because the thing that we all get to do in this room that pick Fortune 500 company can't do is we can make changes like that. Whereas large companies, they got to set up a meeting and then they get a good buy-off from, someone 2 levels above them. And sometimes small decisions take months. Having worked in Fortune 500 companies, I can say that even when things are hitting the fan, it takes forever. But I think for us, it's just being agile, trying new things. Don't put all your chips into one basket of a new change just because you're excited and someone transferred their enthusiasm to you. Test things out, be a little bit skeptical, and just keep iterating and ask around what is working for you to the people around you, and just pay close attention and keep your finger on the pulse. That's my basic answer.
Okay, that's absolutely fantastic. So everyone, please, nice big round of applause for Kevin Sanderson. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, guys, we're gonna roll right into the next speaker before we break for lunch at 1. So now we are going to hear from Gonzo Martinez from the Tech Network about mindset.
Yes, sir. Give me some. To a GPS tracker. GPS tracker. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're going to talk a little bit about. Do I get my?
Yeah, I'm just going to pull it up.
Oh, and I get a clicker and everything.
Yeah, you do.
Amazing. Sorry, too soon. Oh, Vinny. Maybe he said, "You want the lights out?" I'm like, "Oh, Antonio." At least get my number first. Oh, not the silicon spatulas. You're giving away my secrets.
wrong?
Huh?
What? Come on. Excuse me 1 second.
You have to go all the way.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
There we go.
Now we're talking. Okay.
There you go.
Mindset, everyone. Business mindset, personal mindset. As I was listening to Carlos's presentation today, I could not agree more that our entire business model has to shift. Our mindset, how we look at our business, has to shift in 2023 and moving forward if we want to grow, but maybe if we want to survive. So to me, that's the ultimate hack. I'm not saying I love other hacks, stealing bestseller badges and stuff like that. But if you build your business properly and your brand properly and you adapt your business model to what's coming, you might not need any of the other hacks in the first place. So I'm a little bit about myself. I'm an 8-figure Amazon seller. I said I hate introducing myself as that, but it gives the audience kind of an idea of what I'm struggling with, where I'm at in my business, and for those that really understand the business, how many times I failed. So that kind of gives it away. I'm the CEO of CyberScore. It's a full management agency for Amazon. We do Amazon and e-commerce as well. I'm the co-founder of Core. I did what Carlos said, build a community. I build a community of advanced Amazon advertisers and agencies. And I'm a senior mentor at the Tech Network, where I help sellers of all sizes start a business, grow a business, and exit a business. I want to talk about 3 mindsets that I think we have to change as a big mindset probably, which is a new mindset for product development. Carlos kind of talked about it briefly. A new mindset for product launches. There's proven methods that we're trying and they're working that kind of are very different to the legacy way of launching products on Amazon that at least we had in the last few years, or we're using in the last few years. And then a new mindset for advertising on Amazon, which is kind of a radical shift that we're doing now, experiencing for our brands and our customers. So let's start with the product development mindset shift. As you know, Amazon is growing. They want to be a $1 trillion marketplace probably by 2025. And the way they're growing, and actually the pandemic started this trend, they're using, if you will, us. They're not growing their retail space as much, the vendor central side of the business. They're using us, and we're using them to grow this monster into $1 trillion. $1 trillion marketplace for us here in America. $1 trillion is above most of the world's countries' GDPs. So it's a huge number, right? And the the way they are instrumenting this growth and the tools they're giving us are making it easier. What they want is whole brands to succeed on Amazon. They want to get not rid of, but they want to make the customer's experience, as you know, it's a customer-centric company. They want to make that customer experience better by allowing whole brands, and I'll talk about it in a second what those are, to succeed on Amazon. And as you know, all those Me Too products, because of the loss of margins, because of the amount of them that are out there, they're not growing. Those companies are not growing, they're not succeeding. So what we do, and we do this with people are trying to get into the business, we teach them how to launch, how to select product based on criteria, how to launch those products. I see myself doing that because people have limited budgets and you don't want them to fail, you want them to get going. But in reality, I kind of bite my lip when I'm giving that advice because I know that's not what's gonna make them grow and succeed, at least not in the long run, right? So opportunity sellers, we all are or been opportunity sellers. It's, you know, people doing retail arbitrage, single product, private labels, fragmented brands, which is a lot of our brands are fragmented. The brand is, you know, from the inside out, but it's not looking inwards like a whole brand is. And a whole brand is the opposite, is they see everything they do inside and out. There's brand culture. It's a proper brand with a brand ecosystem. There's an ecosystem of products that doesn't serve the marketplace. It serves the customer avatar, the target customer. So this is the legacy way. We've all done this, and probably we're still doing this. We use either DataDive, the Titan tools, or Helium 10. We validate products and we select products based on criteria. This is the model that I believe is dying. Carlos today said this is dying. I could not agree more. Because we're all, it's like sheep, right? We're all selecting products based on the same criteria. We find product opportunities based on review count, keyword depth, keyword demand, blah, 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 blah. And then we all gravitate towards the same niches with opportunities today, but in 6 months, they're all super crowded because we're all looking at the same criteria. These, of course, it's a fragmented brand that does this, and it's marketplace-centric, not customer-centric. It's easy. It's easily replicable. You can copy-paste your way into success. There are mechanics of product selection, launch that are easy to scale, but it ends up with crowded niches, loss of margin, as we are all experiencing, and no creativity, so to speak, no newness in the marketplace. And it has developed us. We are this guy, right? The Amazon seller. We are Amazon. How many here are Amazon sellers? How many here are marketers? I like that. The Amazon sellers, raise your hands again. How many of you guys are running either Google ads or YouTube ads, or you? But you didn't raise your hand with marketer, and you are. You are a marketer. Well, you are. That's the thing. That's the mindset that we need to change for your brand. So there are 6 million of us, right? And what we're doing is 6 million active sellers, 20 million accounts, right? 6 million active sellers. So the 6 million of us, we're a new breed of entrepreneurs. Why? Because we are neglecting 100 years of good marketing practices. You serve a customer, you don't serve a marketplace. So Amazon is dictating how we grow companies, how we build companies, how we exit companies. The marketplace is telling us this is where you have to, this is what you need to launch, this is what you have to do. And we're not paying attention to the customer. And that's evergreen, right? All advice. And what Amazon did was build the marketplace with, I think, 1,900,000, whatever, silicone spatulas, yoga mats. And I don't know if you guys are following trends on using Keepa or niche analyzers, but do you have any idea how many yoga mats are there on Amazon, right? And nothing against yoga mats. I have a very good friend that became a millionaire selling yoga mats. Her yoga mats are actually amazing. But unless the honey, I'm home situation changed to in most homes, no one needs those many yoga mats. So in terms of business practice, if you want to write a business case to start a business, you're not going to find that much demand. You find keyword demand, therefore you launch a yoga mat, but there's no market demand for yoga mats. And what we have been doing is building businesses around keyword demand, customer intent, review count on page one, pricing on page one. Page one dictates your pricing, your business model in terms of your financial model, and that's wrong. The customer should do that. The willingness to pay of the customer. I'm not a visionary. This is marketing from 1950, right? Okay. So the new product development for Amazon that we do, and I'm kind of lucky enough to have been very bad at choosing products because I've never chose products based on validation. I started my business having something to sell, and then I went on Amazon. So I never understood the dynamics of choosing products to sell on Amazon. But the new product development that we are doing for Amazon and e-commerce in general is that's my target customer need or want my product. Whether there's keyword demand for that or not, then Amazon might not be the best initially for my product. I have to go sell it somewhere else, but it can be a great product, right? I'll give you a great example to kind of embody this. Can I develop a product that's considerably better than the competition? And can I sell it outside of Amazon? That's, for us, one of the most important criteria, even if we have to start selling it outside of Amazon to create Amazon demand. Then can I be profitable within the willingness to pay, not what page one tells me I have to sell my product at, but does my customer want to buy this for X amount of dollars? And this is probably the most important one. This sentence here is what we all have been staying away from when we choose products to sell on Amazon. You look at your product, page one, everyone has 25,000 reviews. Everyone's doing $1 million in sales. Well, that's where we want to be. That's real demand. That's not a silicon spatula. That's people using and wanting those products. And we'll talk about how to rank or launch against something like that or in that environment. And again, friends and family, when you show your product, listen, I have this. Oh my God, they all love it, but it's not sellable or launchable or easy to launch on Amazon. That's the product you want to launch because no one else has it, right? So let's talk about this. It's 2006 today, and Amazon is a monster like today. And you're looking for a great product to launch. You use DataDive or any other keyword research tool, and you look for iPhone, iPhone 1, Apple phone. These are the keywords, right? Apple phone, that's an iPod and a personal handheld computer. How many smartphones are sold online per month in 2006? What do you think? Nothing, right? Therefore, us, Amazon sellers, not a great product opportunity. You agree? No reviews, no demand, nothing. Keywords, they don't exist. iPhone is launched in 2007. Not only disrupted the industry in terms of communications, it also disrupted the industry in terms of camping and outdoor living. How many, because people started camping, right, outside of the stores. They probably needed yoga mats back then. So this is a great example. If the product does not exist, you don't see it on Amazon, you're never going to think, as an Amazon seller, if that's your mindset, to launch that product. Now, you launch something like this, right? So this is me, 2006, 7. That's my first Canton Fair. So I'm a product developer. That's my background. I started a business in China doing product design and engineering. So when I decided to launch those products here in the United States, I had no marketing experience in terms of e-commerce. I did some retail in the beginning. No one wanted to touch my product. If I sold it on Amazon, because I had a Vendor Central account, I didn't know much about Seller Central. But that's how that's always been the mentality. Choose products or think of products that people might want, design them, develop them, and sell them online. So this is from 2006. We used to do these graphs where we put this is for coffee makers, every single coffee maker that we could find in the market, their price point, the features, and we identified holes, like gaps in the market, and then we pretty much designed the product from scratch. We went into production for that product and we sold it. That's how we built the business in the first place. So my recommendation on this first mindset hack is to build it around a brand, not around the marketplace, to build it around the customer, and to find a mission or a passion around your brand that keeps you going. Because sometimes, and if we have time, I'll speak about this at the end. Does anyone have like a special passion that the brand kind of embodies? What's yours?
Off-road camping.
Great. Is there a mission other than the?
I haven't figured it out yet.
Okay. And anyone?
That's what I'm doing in life, so.
Okay.
Working on it.
You're working on it. And anyone else has like a defined passion for the brand, like something the brand is trying to help the customer with, or the community?
My first brand is, well, back then it started with slim wallets. I wanted to slim down pockets.
Mm-hmm.
Now it turned into privacy protection, and on the other hand,
Nice.
spending money or donating money to children in need.
Oh, great. Well, mine is sustainability. It's I feel I have a responsibility. I feel like my generation is failing my children's generation in living a better world, where we're not doing a great job. So my mission is that building brands around that is what keeps me going and motivated. So that's pretty much what we just said. Last sentence is a really strong one. Is, are you launching products that are a good fit for Amazon's platform and algorithm, or a good fit for your customers? And if you're the latter, you're better off in the probably next 2 years. So, well, this is what we are doing right now for ourselves, for customers, is we focus on the mission. We develop products that tell a brand story. We're actually, for the first time this year, developing products and investing in inventory that we know it's not Amazon friendly. There are people selling these products on Amazon that don't do very well, but we feel that the brand ecosystem that we're developing needs them. We feel influencers might want to show them. We feel we need to launch these products, get away from the Amazon dynamic, and build a brand that matters. So speaking of product launches, this is interesting. I don't know any of you, you guys read the A9, the Amazon Science papers. They're very interesting. If you want to, I mean, I highly recommend them if you have no social life or you want to lose the one that you have, to go read these things. But there are behavioral features in the way the ranking algorithm works now that are worth mentioning. There are research paper on semantic product search and ranking products. Amazon actually tells us how the ranking algorithm works. And if you read through the lines of these papers, it'll freak you out, but it'll give you a great number of ideas. So this is what you guys know, the honeymoon period. Amazon calls it the hunger score, where they have no idea how to score or how to index your listing, your product. And they have, I believe it's 210 different variables that they score from 1 to 10. And the aggregate of that, there's a quality score and an indexation score for every search query, and that's how you rank, right? But behavior is now a big part of it. What behavior means is that, and they said in one of the papers, is that if you're the product that sells the most unit per day, and that has the highest price per day, that makes Amazon the most money per day, they're not going to necessarily rank that as number one, even if he has the bestseller badge. Why? Because what they want in certain categories, and fashion is one of them, they want you, the user, the customer, to have a great experience on that first page. So they want to show you products that people like you, and Amazon is a data company, people like you, people of your gender, your income level, would like to see on that first page, not necessarily that ends up buying that. And the model is also not very new. Macy's has had it for 100 years. When you go into a Macy's store, what you see first is not the clearance area where most people go and shop. It's the niceties, it's the nice things, right? So Amazon is trying to do the same. So over time, we're seeing a less, and there's a strong statement that I'll make in a second, there's a less need to be number one organically, because that does not mean necessarily that people are going to see you the most, especially in today's advertising environment and real estate. So let's just mention a few of them: sessions, time on page, scroll activity, image browsing, add to carts, bounce rate, comebacks, sales velocity, conversion rate, BSR, contextual score, which we'll expand a little bit on. These are the different variables that Amazon scores you from 1 to 10 and then gives you an indexation score to rank. Now, when you're launching, that's why some of these are very important. Amazon doesn't have your conversion history. Therefore, there's no conversion history comparison with the other. This is why the honeymoon works the way it works, is that Amazon has no idea. Therefore, it gives you the opportunity it gives you a high score on conversion, even if you don't have it, just to see what you're going to do with those sessions. Therefore, what you need is sessions, not conversions, right? And that's why external traffic works so well, influencer marketing traffic works so well at launch, Google traffic works so well, because what Amazon is looking at is the amount of sessions, which is intention to purchase, or what they call the discovery of your listing. It matters. It's not going to carry you through the entirety of your launch, but in the first 2 weeks, it's crucial. So this is the 2.0, the legacy. We were using every single tool, black hat, white hat, gray hat, whatever you want to call it, rebates, just to focus on sales velocity and conversion rate. Our advertising strategies for launch are high TOS on exact match, as much as you can to boost sales velocity and conversion rate. And we have proven data that is not the best thing to do right now. So our launches now are really focusing on sessions, on time of page, on image browsing. We give the customer as many amazing images. We're paying a lot of attention to image design, listing design, the amount of copy that we put and the relevancy of the copy that we put in those images, because it takes them longer to read the images. Therefore, they're longer on your page, and that gives you a better score at launch. The contextual score, which is where do you see it within that browse node related to the people that land on your page and them as an audience. This is very important, because if you start doing contextual targeting and you start reaching audiences on Amazon at launch, which would be a big no-no, right? Big, like a big audience campaign, contextual targeting at launch, that used to be a big no-no, and now it's working super well for us. So also, in terms of mindset, what are the KPIs that we are targeting? We're conducting, at the moment, we're launching a brand, we're conducting a no ACOS exercise. Like if someone says ACOS during the launch, it's like a swear jar, you know? But if you're looking at sales velocity and conversion rate, like a legacy launch used to be, right? You're looking at the KPIs that matter are, of course, daily sales to rank from a tool like Helium 10, your unit session percentage, which is your overall conversion, your PPC conversion rate, and then your strategy, as I said before, it's probably sponsor product, exact match, high ACOS target, top of search placement, and having a lower price than the competition. How many of you have launched like this? Just 2? I'm surprised. How did the others launch? How do you guys launch a product?
Put it up, get some reviews, put the money on, just keep it running. I think actually so many are not really focusing on running through those several stages.
Mm-hmm.
I think many are really make sure friends and family 5, 10 reviews, and then CPC give it.
Okay, that's interesting. This is how we launch now. It's a much more extensive list, as you can see. We launch with traffic to listing, interaction with the listing, contextual score, which anything that can tell Amazon who we are. There's a QR code if you want to take a photo and then you download the presentation. So I'm a marketer, you see. So contextual score, add to carts, median sales value. So anything like Google traffic. Google traffic works very well. One, because Amazon loves it because they steal the information from the IP address, all the browsing activity outside of Amazon. As a data company, they love this little hack, right? But also because it's adding in the beginning a lot of sessions to the listing, and Amazon is indexing you for that particular in that particular browse node for that type of audience. Type of audience, just to clarify, is income, gender, et cetera, all the demographic data. So for us, at least in the 2 weeks, our launches are 2 weeks of this, and then moving forward a little bit more like a legacy launch, but is anything that can add sessions, increase our CTR, add to cart, and keyword impression share. That's what we kind of, every single tool that we can use to boost that, that's what we use. And we use profitability instead of organic keyword ranking. I'll explain why in a minute. And then ACOS for us during launch, you see it because you see it, but it's not really important. The strategy is all of that. Sponsored product, high ACOS target on top of search, yes, absolutely. We're abusing actually sponsored headline display at top of search, and you'll see in mobile why it works so well. And then we're running everything that's broad, and again, the intention, and that's why the mindset, it's called a mindset hack. You have to change your mindset at launch. Half of your, at least 40% of your advertising budget should not have the intention to convert. And that's very hard even for our customers to see this. It's like, no, what you're doing on Amazon right now, you're not trying to convert. You're trying to tell Amazon who your customer is. Discovery and awareness during launch is super important. So again, email marketing, Google Ads at the bottom, and then models or VCVM instead of CPC at launch. I know it sounds a little incredible, but we have the data, we're trying this. And again, this all happens within 30 to 40% of the total ad spend. So it's not killing your overall conversion if you're worried about it. It's just giving you a lot of discovery to your brand. And then advertising, this is the usual advertising. Carlos talked about this today. It's like, how many of you are really focused on PPC? He said it was one of the, I think he mentioned it at the number one, right? Yeah. So for many of us, PPC is like, oh, I'll put money in PPC, I'll sell, it feeds the flywheel, I rank, and then with my organic sales, I make my money, right? So yeah, maybe even your ads are profitable, which is fine. Fuck organic ranking, okay? This is the big statement of the day that I have to share with you. We have products that are maybe on page 3, and we make money on them. There's no way, and this ties up with the way we develop products. We are not developing products that can make it to page 1 in most cases. They're more expensive. I mean, if you have, like, we sell kettles, right? The page 1 is $29.99. We have kettles that are $145, $146. There's no way we're going to rank. But we're tracking cost of acquisition across all our customers, and we can pay $30 to sell one of those, and we make our money. Thank you. Are we in alignment? Okay, thank you. So, and I have the data. I brought the data to show you, to convince you, because I know you're data people, and you're not going to believe me, but maybe you believe my data. So again, you have grandma, or the what is it? The La Suegra. You kill your mother-in-law, right? Where do you hide them? I have a great spot, and it's on the 5th organic placement on mobile. No one will find it, right? So if you look at mobile today, it looks like something like that. Plus, it has all the behavioral features. Even if it's the best-selling product, it's not going to be on page 1. It's not going to be on, position 1, 2, and 3. You have your brand headline display. You have your video in there, editorial recommendations. You have, highly rated now. You need to go through all of that to find maybe the third, fourth organic product. So again, and I'm going to say it louder now, fuck organic ranking. You're not going to be able to rank, or even if you do, the discoverability of your product has greatly been degrading over time because of the advertising real estate. It's a pay to play right now? It is. So I suggest, and this is working for us, is that you have a mentality to launch a product that might never rank organically on, let's say page 1, yes, of course, but 1 to 5. What if, ask yourself, what if I can't? Then I need to be very smart with my advertising. I need to know what I'm doing, and I need to track the cost of acquisition for a single sale to be able to build a business model around it. Before, we used to spend 70% on conversion, 20% on discovery, broad phrase, and 10% on awareness and consideration campaigns. Now we are spending up to 40% of the total budget, our budgets, our customers' budgets on awareness and consideration, which is all this set of tools that we have now with audience, remarketing that Amazon is giving us. And for us, again, profitability, not tacos, is what we're targeting, because 2 minutes? Okay, I'm gonna go fast. Let me show you this. This is a very long form, but I split it in different screens. This is a product that is making around $8,000 a week in profit for us. Only converts at 5% because it's a very expensive product. It's between $99 and $109. We track sessions and conversions weekly. And look at this. These are keywords that I covered, from brand analytics, and then we pull the data from the search query. And this is the amount of sales that we're making a week for these products. And this is where we're ranked. So none of the keywords that were ranked, second or fifth, are bringing in significantly amount of sales. All the keywords are bringing profit for this product. We're not ranked. So we're again, tacos, it's at 21%, which is a number that I'm sure freaks out a bunch of you guys, but that's what we get. And we run a high wasted ad spend. I know people are like 10% wasted ad spend. Well, yeah, maybe if you're running all these other advertising tools in Amazon, you're going to end up with maybe 25 to 30%. So we changed our mindset, and we moved those baselines for us, those benchmarks. And we are not only keeping an eye on cost of acquisition, but also doing that per keyword, at per keyword level. And when you start doing that, you have a blended KPI with your out of Amazon strategy. And I suggest you do this, and you'll start seeing maybe Facebook ads as a more profitable type of ad. This is aggregation of keywords. And as you can see, this is a Pareto that we all live in. This is, I think, 10 keywords that bring 80% of the sales. So we got rid of a lot of different campaigns that we were running on conversion that were bringing only 49, in this case, 20% of the sales. And we're running awareness and consideration campaigns that bring in the same, but give Amazon a more holistic idea of what we are and what to do with the data that they have on our product. And over time, that gives our conversion campaigns, our top of search campaigns, lower CPCs, better conversion, and more impressions. So these are all the ad types that I suggest you guys start testing, especially optimizing for reach and page visits. We all gravitate to conversions naturally. I suggest you try all of them. So I have to wrap up here, but what we're doing now, we have a person now that works in the PPC department. This is fairly new for us, and she has no PPC experience. She's a marketer. She comes from performance marketing, and what she does is she has a heat map of every single type of ad and every variant of that ad. If it's optimizing for conversions, for reach, she has a heat map of everything she wants to try, every audience, every sub-audience, every brand that she wants to target with sponsored display, and she only dedicates to that, and she doesn't mess up with conversion. Bonus mindset. Do I have 5 minutes? Can I still? I know George. Yours, right? George, can I use your hour? No. Oh, okay. Good. Okay, I'm sorry. So 5 more minutes. This is the bonus mindset. And it might sound a little personal. It's not a guarantee. It has to do with business. For me, this is a Andean condor. I don't know if you've ever seen this bird before. It's huge wingspan. You can't see it, but probably 10 feet. And it lives at 8,000 feet up in the mountains. So when it flies, it can fly up to 20,000 feet. I draw a lot of inspiration on this guy because it's probably in a lonely place, very quiet. He has time to think and a very different perspective. None of us are this guy. We're normally down in the ground dealing with stuff every day. If you have a decent sized business, operationally, our businesses are very hard. Lots of data, lots of issues. But every once in a while, I like to pretend I'm this guy, detach a little bit, look down, and start looking at my problems in a different way and solving them in a different way from a mindset perspective, and start to focus a little bit on why I'm doing this instead of how I'm doing this, because the how consumes a lot of my time. It stresses the shit out of me, but the why makes me a little a more clear perspective. And when I wake up the following morning, it gives me it pre-frames me differently to solve and work through the day. So I suggest you ask yourself if there's a higher purpose to what you're doing. I think for me, it serves me very well. And then what moves myself and what keeps me going when I have issues, and I have a lot of issues. Last year, we lost the brand overnight. We lost around $4 million in revenue yearly overnight. And to me, it was not devastating, but it was really frustrating. And it happened in my birthday. And yeah. So no, and I owe it to this lady here because she knew me. I don't hide it. I show my feelings, but I went through the day. It was my birthday, but she saw through it and she said, I know how you feel. I allow you to feel this way, but when you wake up tomorrow, I was telling you this today. You wake up tomorrow, you do what you do. I do not allow you to feel this way. You find a solution. So I suggest you create 2 vision boards. One is a selfish vision board, which is a vision board that we all have, with a car, with a green pony and stuff like that, a house. I have a selfless vision board, which has two areas. One area is those I owe to. These are my parents, amazing people. And every time I make a business decision, I make it based on, is this in alignment with the values that these people instill in me? Would they be proud? If the answer is not, I don't do it. It's like this SWOT analysis times 1,000, right? And the other part is the people I care for that are important. And the reason I'm bringing this is not a personal level type mindset or development. It's really business development. When you detach yourself from your business a little bit, when you create a business based on allowing yourself to have more time for these people, your business grows financially. It doesn't grow in you. It's not some Tony Robbins shit. It grows financially because you have better ideas. You become more creative. And when I lost this brand, we went on a trip with her. And it was when I left my team behind and I had more time that we actually created a brand, created a name, yes. And 5 months later, we were launching a brand based on work that I put up creatively throughout what, 3 days? So detaching yourself and focusing on what matters makes you more creative, makes you more aware, more present, and financially more successful. So any questions? Not on this last part, on launches maybe? Thank you. So, if you guys want to reach out or join the advertising community or Titan, you can scan this. Any questions? Fabi, any question? Athena, welcome.
Why are you so handsome?
Oh, thank you so much.
You stole my question.
Oh, damn it.
No, any questions on launches?
You
On
the ones that are speechless.
you?
My name is Melanie.
I know.
What would you say for somebody that is looking to launch in multiple platforms, especially I would say Canada, for the guys that are on here? What would you say about
Marketplaces, or I'm not an expert on marketplaces. What I would say is, tying it up with my presentation, your target audience is everywhere. The avatar, the problems, what they want, what resonates with them. Again, I would say build a brand around that, and then find out if they exist in Canada. I'm sure they do, but I would say my recommendation and my advice is stay away from measuring marketplaces in order to make launch decisions or product or even brand decisions and business decisions. You make them based on the target avatar, or are these people there? Do they want, in my case, are they worried about sustainability? Do they want to buy greener products? Do they want to feed their children healthier foods? If those people exist in Canada, then you should launch there and solve the problem of logistics, taxes after that fact, after realizing that.
The full management services, like starting with launch products, or like what is this? Like I can say, hey, I have money, just do it for me, or what is it?
Yes, like leave the money on the table and leave. Yeah, we do that, but what we take, we don't even have a sales team, to be honest. We take brands that we believe in. We're actually now launching a brand from scratch because we believe in the product. So if it's a product that we believe in and it's good for the team and our team can gain experience out of that, we do that. There's a fourth hack that I didn't put, which is team. And I'm really in alignment with Carlos that you should spend time nurturing your team, and maybe I would say our ratio is 20% training, 80% working, and we're actually trying to increase that, which consumes a lot of my time personally. But yeah, if it's a product that fits a whole brand, if it's a whole brand, which is what we want to be launching, yeah, sure.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find the product that I'm passionate about, because I have a product that I'm launching successfully, but I don't have any passion for it. So if I would like to find this product, what do you think to focus better on a product that serves some customers, or just to find the niche of the customers and just create a product for them?
That.
So from which?
No question. Yes, you find it's not finding the customers. It's once you find the customers, understanding what they would want in your product, or what sort of products they would love. Not really need, but be really passionate about when they see it on Instagram or on Amazon. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So not to focus on the product first and the customers.
No,
Just
I would
find a
do.
niche and then create something for them.
Yeah.
That's them.
It's a different mindset.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I was thinking about to do this for like a few years, but you always like, for me, I'm choosing easy road when you like search the data and just launching, like you say. So, but I really want to do this some products that I will have passion about and to be proud to present. To
if you have that passion about the product, it'll be easier for you to connect with the target demographic, because number one, you might be them. So it's easier because the problems you have, the concerns as a consumer, you understand them because it's you. But if you're like a whole full throttle entrepreneur, should be able to launch something that they might not be, your hobby or your passion, but even buy a company that sells something and then being able to understand that customer. Yeah.
Awesome. As an impulsive person, right? Would you say impulse is useful to find a specific niche? For example, if one doesn't work well for me, would you say we should hop around and try to find
No.
the perfect niche?
Mm-mm. No, because even the legacy launches that we were doing before, and especially these ones, are expensive. You want to make sure that, and that's a great question actually, because if you're impulsive, you might mess up in two things: in the product selection and in understanding your customer, because you haven't even tried, right? If you understand the customer and you fail at a product launch on Amazon, you fail at a product launch on Amazon, but you still have a successful product that you can market somewhere else. So no, impulse and business, I don't think are good friends. No. Sorry.
If your goal is not the generic brand, what's the whole point of general, brand awareness marketing?
If it's not what
What's the point of general brand awareness marketing if you're not targeting generic brand? What's the point of that?
That's a part that I didn't understand. Generic.
Organic rank.
Organic rank. No. My point is to sell, make money, and retire a millionaire.
Right.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that I don't think you need organic ranking. Billion. Sorry. I want to hear. Yeah, go ahead.
If the point isn't that I should improve my organic rank, what is the point of tossing a whole bunch of money into brand awareness?
Because brand awareness is brand awareness. It's not conversion.
Right.
So what you're trying to do is you're trying to build a brand long term. So a portion of your budget, up to 40% in what we're doing now, has to go towards that. I mean, you're going to sell a few products with that. But what I'm trying to explain to the room is that if your mindset is launching all these contextual campaigns, contextual targeting campaign, and looking at ACOS the same way you look at ACOS on top of search, it's not going to serve you. But those are tools, and advertising tools are meant not to do that in the first place, and we are not using them correctly. We're using them for conversion when they are awareness and consideration. They're actually called that, So that's what I'm trying to explain. Dedicate a part of your budget to bring brand awareness instead of understanding that as conversion campaigns. Because chances are they're not going to convert the same way a top of search does, right? And you're going to shut them off. But they're not there to do that in the first place.
How do you know if it's doing what it's supposed to do?
Well, if it's
You're not going to measure it by organic rank. How do you know?
Well, they don't rank you organically because they're not keyword related. But if they keep funneling impressions, that's what they are. That's what awareness and consideration is. Impressions. You're looking at impressions. You're looking at CTR. I mean, impressions is awareness. Consideration is CTR. It's clicks, right? So you're looking at those two. So, this has a lot of impressions. Amazon continues to give me more and more and more with a great CTR. Great campaign. How much does it sell? What sum? I don't care. It's not there to sell. It's there to make people aware of your brand and for people to consider your brand. If that's the mindset, you let them running, and if you control the budget, you're okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Gonzo.
Thank
That
you.
does have to be the last question.
Yeah.
Give it up for
Thank you.
Monleo.
Thank you. Should I turn it off? Oh, yeah.
All right, awesome, you guys. Go on ahead and scan those QR codes to get in touch with Gonzo directly. We are going to go on ahead and break for lunch now. So for our live stream viewers, we're going to come back around 2 with our next session. But if you guys would like to head out just outside these doors and grab some lunch, we're going to go on ahead and get y'all fed.
Thank you very much for having me. Before I start, I just want to say a massive round of applause to the Avast, Getida, Signify, and Fortunate team for putting this together. Massive round of applause for them. And can I just say also, there's a lot I see, but a big shout out to Mike, because he's been running around like a headless chicken all over the place, making sure this is put together. So really appreciate having us as well. So yeah. So so today I'm going to talk about kind of advanced advertising that we do for our clients. So we're going to do Amazon's demand side platform, and then I'm going to touch on Google Ads, which Carlos alluded to earlier. So this is the structure I'm going to take. The stuff I talk about with Amazon's demand side platform, it's not going to be things you can take away and do yourself. It's more an idea of what is being done through the DSP platform. Whereas with Google Ads, it's way more hands-on. I will be given practical strategies of how we make Google Ads work for the companies that we're working with. So that's kind of how it's going to be structured today. So who am I? Why on earth should you listen to this guy? So I've been in paid ads now for 12 years in my agency. So I own Clear Ads. I'm the founder. There's no one else, no investors. It's primarily me who started it. I've actually been doing paid ads since 2009. So it's a little bit longer than 12 years, but I set the company up in 2011 in January. Based in the UK, most of our clients are in the US. We started with Google Ads, and then we moved into PPC about 6 years ago, DSP about 4 or 5 years ago now. We didn't have a playbook when we did DSP. There was no data online to find out how to do it. I was just fortunate enough to know a few Amazon sellers who had 8-figure brands who are prepared to give me some money and test to figure out what works. So we go into granular strategies. I've got a cool team of 22 people in the UK now and a few VAs. So that's a bit about me. Let's move on. So with PPC, I'm sure you all know it's the most powerful tool for purchase intent. People looking for your product. PPC, it doesn't get any more powerful than that. However, there are limitations with PPC. Well, first, the cost is going up. And secondly, there's only so much you can scale and keep the keywords and targeting relevant. So eventually, you're going to have to branch out to terms that are slightly less relevant, which would then impact conversion rates and the ACoS. So that's some of the issues you have with PPC. The big advantage that you have of display advertising is not only can you target people when they're looking for your product, you can also target people after they've purchased your product or someone else's product. So you know they're an engaged audience that have purchased a particular type of item. Not only that, you can go backwards and target people before they even know they need your product. So I always give this example, but if, for example, you sell diapers or nappies, I'm not sure you can call it diapers here. That if you sell diapers, if you target everyone who's just purchased a stroller, you know they're probably going to have a baby soon and they're going to need some diapers. So you can start advertising that to them to get them introduced to your brand. Just to also touch on what Gonza said earlier about driving more awareness. I believe you can drive that much awareness when you have a good funnel like this, so that you can continue to re-engage with that audience to get them to buy at a later stage. So what companies are doing now is they're optimizing every part of the funnel, right? They're optimizing it and they're getting good results. They're getting a good ACoS here and they're driving awareness that then feeds back into the funnel and gets people buying again and again. So that's what they're doing. And if you're focusing just on PPC, you're going to fall behind. So display advertising, watch this space. So display ads is a light version of DSP. More features are going to be introduced into display ads. So what is Amazon DSP? This is the best and most easiest way I can explain it. DSP is just like Facebook ads. Facebook ads is a DSP. It's a way you buy inventory, you buy ad space within the interface and also in other places. So the big difference between Facebook's DSP and Amazon's DSP is Amazon can do everything Facebook can do. It's audience-based. It can target people through certain locations, gender, age, interest, and behavior. However, there's a lot that Amazon can do that Facebook can't do. So one of the big things is Amazon has access to the richest data on buying behavior you can get, period. No one in the world has more access to people's buying behavior than Amazon. And through DSP, there's a window into that. You can target anyone who's bought any type of product. You can target anyone who searched for any kind of product at, at a time frame. Doesn't get more powerful than that. The second point is Amazon isn't buying data like Facebook and all these other DSP platforms. They're buying this information and they're trying to cross-reference it with what they have to try and figure out particular behaviors of certain audiences. It is owned by Amazon. The elimination of third-party cookies is another reason why Amazon is winning and it's going to destroy this DSP space, because it's all its own information. It can't get penalized for it. The third thing is the big disadvantage that Facebook advertising has is that Amazon does not speak back to Facebook. So when a conversion happens, Facebook doesn't know. So Facebook can't optimize for conversions. But with Amazon, it can, because it's all within the same interface. So Amazon figures out, okay, what ad space, what ad placement, in what ad size, with what promotion, during what time of day performs best. So over time, it learns and it improves conversions. So what works with Amazon DSP? Like I said earlier, this isn't stuff I've picked up online and then figured, and I've heard someone else talk about. This is stuff we've figured out from testing that's worked really well for the companies we work with. So brand analytics is a space we love to mess around with. So in brand analytics, there's market basket analysis, and it tells you, okay, if someone has purchased one of your ASINs, what other ASINs do they tend to purchase? This could be one of your own ASINs or someone else's ASINs. So we kind of take that information and we create audiences for those other ASINs that are purchased and serve our ad. This type of advertising has been one of the most powerful forms of advertising we've done on DSP. Here's some examples where we call them cross-selling campaigns. They outperform everyone in terms of ROAS. You can see it here in terms of ROAS. No one else wins. Here, they're the best converting in terms of ROAS. And again, here you can see in terms of ROAS and sales, they convert best. So that's that. Now, ASIN targeting. In June 2000, and I think it was 19, Amazon introduced this feature. So before, like Facebook, there's audiences already available that you can create. Amazon allowed you to then create your own audiences, right? So using this process. So you've seen something slightly more basic on display ads. This is where it was born. I actually speak to the guy who developed this with his team every 2 or 3 months, just kind of exchanging ideas. And the big benefit is you can create audiences, right, by just adding the ASINs, picking the marketplace. It doesn't matter if it's your product or someone else's, right? You can advertise to anyone who's viewed a certain product with a look back window. Now, I know a few of you are saying, oh, George, we can do this with display ads, right? Who's done this with display ads? If you hand out if you've done it with display ads. Oh, okay. Now, the big feature that's coming, right, which you can't do on display ads yet, but you can do with DSP, and it is going to come to display ads, so watch out for it, is you can then create an audience for anyone who's purchased an audience, right, and you can exclude them. Right, so if someone's purchased a particular item like yours, why on earth do you want to serve them another ad? They're probably not going to buy. So you can actually exclude that audience. You're only targeting people who have viewed your product or something similar and haven't purchased yet. That will improve efficiency. We don't mess with similar product views or product purchases. Don't touch it. It doesn't work. It's basically Amazon's way of clustering together ASINs they think is relevant, and it doesn't tend to be. And you have no visibility into what's in there. So it's a way they're trying to get people to spend more money. And again, this is a particular brand where it's an 8-figure brand, version into 9 figures, and all they want us to do is remarket and capture people who have viewed their product and haven't purchased yet. So I'll give you a very basic example. Let's just say you're getting a 20 or 30% conversion rate on your products. It doesn't mean the 60 or 70% of people are not interested in your products. It might just be the wrong time. So being able to re-engage with this audience and follow them around is likely to get better conversion. So when we put together remarketing campaigns for the majority of the brands we work with, we tend to get an ACoS a lot better than what they get on PPC. The big question then becomes, how far can you scale it? Okay, advanced. Okay, so now we're looking at in-market and lifestyle audiences. So a lot of people say, oh, DSP doesn't work, it's not worked for me, blah, blah, blah. Now we did this test with this particular brand where it was launched in Q4, granted, but there was no PPC behind it. It was just DSP. We were able, and there's no reviews. We were able to get a rise of, we doubled the sales in terms of what we spent. And we got just a bit more outside of Amazon. And also just to prove the point, DSP is able to generate sales without anything else if need be, if done properly as well. So that's that. And attacking different brands. So we have this particular account we're managing at the moment where they are going aggressive and they're targeting anyone and anything to do with laundry detergents. Within brand, in terms of creating audiences through brands, you can actually search an audience like Persil, go into a subcategory like laundry detergents, and you can target anyone who's viewed a laundry detergent by Persil. So it doesn't matter if they launch new products within that particular space, right? You can still serve ads to them, right? So you can imagine as well when a new variation, color, flavor comes out, they're going to put a lot of PPC behind it, drive a lot of traffic behind it to get it to rank. So you can take advantage of that type of traffic. And then this is quite new. This is like a few months old now, subscribe and save targeting. So Amazon have just allowed us to target people who've subscribed and saved, not only to your product, but to other people's products. This is capturing people who are the most loyal to Amazon. Put your hand up if you've seen that new feature where there's a coupon, if someone, like a coupon for anyone to subscribe and save. Yeah, so that's enticing people to subscribe and save. Now, if someone has subscribed and saved to probiotics for dogs, you know they really care about the health of their dog. So if you're in that space, you know this is a really good audience that you can create audience for. If someone is buying anti-dandruff shampoo, you know they have issues with dandruff, right? And they want to do something about it. So if you have products in a similar area, they're more likely to try it out. You can capture this audience on and off Amazon. That's one way you can use it. The second way you can use it is you can exclude everyone who's already subscribed and saved to your product. Why on earth do you want to serve them an ad? They're already kind of promoted. Yeah, they probably just annoy them. So you can exclude them. So that's that. And then audience targeting. I'll go briefly on this. We looked at brands, we looked at products. There's a whole range of different things you can do. You can target people on IMDb who have searched for a certain artist, a certain genre, a certain film, a TV series. Amazon owns IMDb. They can do whatever they like with that information. We have access to it. And there's a whole few other things you can do, but I'm going to move on for the sake of time. So we're going to look at Google Ads. Put your hand up if you do Google Ads here in the room. No. Okay, put your hand up if you do exact match PPC keyword targeting. So exact match keyword targeting for ranking. Put your hand up if you do that. It's a few people. Okay. So this one we're going to look at for this structure of this presentation. So we'll look at why, making it work, and you can read the rest. So why use Google Ads? So I'm sure a lot of you have seen the percentage of PPC sales compared to organic sales is moving way more towards PPC than organic. We've seen it across all accounts we audit, and it's just been a massive shift. So Amazon's given way more real estate to PPC. And not only that, the competition's increasing and the cost is going up. So ranking on Amazon is becoming a lot harder. It's becoming way more competitive. So that's another good reason. And Amazon loves external traffic. Amazon loves external traffic, and Google is one of their favorites. And I'm going to explain why in a bit, how you can tell Google loves traffic, because you want to look at not what they say, but what they do. And you can see they're really trying to get behind it. So with all these issues happening, we can't just go with PPC on Amazon anymore. We're going to have to look elsewhere. And Google is definitely an opportunity. This is one of the fastest growing parts of my business at the moment, is Google Ads advertising. So you've got that. So there's a few key things to making Google Ads work. There's a few key areas. And this is stuff I want to kind of just go through with you if you did want to kind of go into this type of advertising. So firstly, exact match targeting. Focus primarily on exact match targeting for the purpose of ranking, right? There we go. Carlos is giving me the approval. So it's got the Carlos approval stamp on this. If I could put that stamp on this slide, I would, right? So exact match targeting. Let's not be fooled, right? Google Ads is a search engine. We have to really understand the platforms. Amazon PPC, right? They're on the website to buy. They're ready. Their card details are already installed. With Google Ads, they're just searching for information, right? So you really have to be careful about the type of audience you target. So exact match targeting. That's the second thing is main focus is ranking, right? Don't try and go in with the aim of getting a better ACOS on Google Ads as you do on Amazon. Don't get me wrong though, it does happen. It does happen, right? It does happen, but it's just very seldom, right? It's all to do with, okay, if I'm driving traffic to this through this particular keyword, what movement am I seeing in organic and overall sales? And you can prove that through the search performance query report, which I'll get into in a minute. That's that. And also make sure you have a good amount of inventory, right? Don't start doing Google Ads PPC if you're about to run out of stock, right? So, and then don't do the opposite, right? Don't go, hey, George, here's a product with lots of stock. Why does it have a lot of stock? If the product isn't shifting, do not think Google's going to be the magic wand that's going to help it kind of relieve stock. So it moves on nicely to the next point, what Amazon like to call retail ready. Do you have products that are competitive enough and compelling enough that people want to buy? So when someone searches on Amazon, does your product stand out? If it doesn't, then don't blame the platform, right? It's not the platform's fault, it's the product. And also make sure it's a good established product with good reviews. So we've had one particular client come on board, say, hey, let's do Google Ads, and they've got an average rating of 4 out of 5. Everyone in their space has a 4.6, 4.7. What's the point? We'll be driving traffic from Google to the other products. And then also make sure you have a higher average conversion rate in the category. And you can see this if you go into Google Ads, if you go into Amazon Ads, if you go into brand metrics, you can see what conversion rate you have compared to the average category. If your conversion rate isn't above what you see on the category average, then focus more on the listing, the product, the pricing, the messaging, and then move on to Google Ads. So keyword research. There's 2 areas of Google Ads, right, that can determine whether your account's going to be a success or not. It's the keyword research and it's the ads you put in front of people. They're the 2 areas. So when you pull a report like this, the first thing you want to look at, there's 5 points here. The first thing is relevance. So this is just a random example. I just put vitamin D supplements. Now you want to look at keywords that are more ready. They know the information they're looking for, and you know they're looking for supplements. If you're looking at just vitamin D, they might just be looking at the benefits of vitamin D. You don't know, but if they're looking for the supplements, then they're in the market potentially looking to buy. So relevance is the first point. The second point you need to factor in is there sufficient Amazon traffic for you to justify putting Google ad investment behind it? So it doesn't matter how amazing the keyword is, right? And if it's generating a great amount of sales, if there's not much traffic behind it, don't waste your time. That's the second thing, Amazon traffic. The third point is enough Google Ads traffic. So even if there's a fantastic opportunity on Amazon, if there's not much coming through Google Ads, right, then there's probably not going to be enough for you to move the needle when it comes to ranking. So there's no point trying it out. These are some extreme numbers. I would say 1,000 to 2,000 impressions, 2,000 impressions a month is a good starting point. Anything less than that, then there's no point. And then Amazon rank. So if you're ranked position 239, like vitamin, for this particular product, then there's no point, right? We could do a tremendous job, or anyone could do a tremendous job with Google Ads and get it from 239 to 100. Who cares? You're position 100. Is it going to get more sales? Probably not. However, if you go from position 8 to position 4, then you're probably going to see a good movement in organic sales. And you can see Carlos is doing the money signs with his fingers. So it seems like he's reminiscing some good times in Google Ads. Okay, and then the last point is Google Ads CPC estimates. Have a look at them because they're going to give you a very good idea of how much you could potentially be paying per click. There's some Google. I can't believe I'm saying this. Google Ads is cheaper than Amazon Ads. Google Ads is cheaper and a fraction of the cost. This never used to be the case when I was doing Google Ads in the past. So you could be getting 5 to 6 times more clicks from Amazon and from Google Ads than you are from Amazon. The same price. So let that sink in. Now, if you see an extreme example where the estimated Google cost per click, the Google cost per click estimates is too high, right? Then do some searches because sometimes there could be service providers that are providing a service around that particular phrase you're searching for, and they're paying on Google Ads. If they're paying on Google Ads, you don't compete with them because they're prepared to pay £4, £5, £6, £7, $7 a click. You can't compete with that. So have a look at who's in the market. What kind of companies are advertising? Because if they are, then you're not going to win those kind of bids. So this is just a first starting point. But Amazon, not only is it getting more expensive, Amazon are becoming more free with their information. They're providing us with way more data. And this is just an extra layer for you to figure out what keywords to use to target. So with the search performance tracking, search performance report, you can actually go in per ASIN and find out how much opportunity there is per keyword. So here's an example that I put up. So this top example, right, is a keyword that's very similar to this bottom example. But you can see here the difference in weekly purchases on that keyword is very different. For this keyword, it's over 1,000 purchases a week. For this keyword, it's 56 purchases a week, right? This was getting more traffic than this keyword. It doesn't matter if you move the needle for this and you get 80% of the potential sales for that keyword. There's more opportunity here. So layer in all the information I said. If you then go into this space, figure out, okay, what's the opportunity in that keyword? You can actually get pretty scientific with this and figure out, okay, if I move the needle here with Google Ads, what can I expect to see in terms of sales? And then you can monitor it over time and figure out, okay, is this actually panning out? So ad creatives. The big benefit you have of ad creatives compared to Amazon listings is with Amazon, if you make any changes to your content, it could damage your rank. So you're going to be very conservative about the changes you make. With Google Ads, you could be as ruthless as you want, right? Just don't put any really nasty words in there, right? You can get the worst that could probably happen with ads. One of the most extreme examples is your ad gets disapproved. What do? You just create another ad, right? So what you could do is you can have up to 15 different headlines. You can have up to 4 descriptions. You can have up to 20 site links. You can add a promotion. You can actually schedule your promotions over the year. So if you know when you're going to run what promotion, you can put the start date, end date. So it does it, and it puts the promotion underneath. And you can also have image ads. So much you can do. You can also split test 4 or 5 adverts. You can rotate them so they show evenly, and then you can actually maximize for the ones that convert the best. Lots you can do with ad creatives. This is something where you should spend quite a bit of time with ad creatives. Look at your listing. Look at 4 of your main competitors' listing. If you've got A+ content, have a look at also how do they compare to the other products. What differentiates your product? Have as much of that information in the descriptions as possible. And then reporting. So this is the order we look at when we're reporting for Google Ads. So the first thing is we're looking at a search performance query report. So we're going to look at the conversions for each keyword, the add to carts, and the clicks. Then secondly, we want to look at the keyword rank. You can use tools like, I'm sure you know, Helium 10 or Seller Tools or whatever to check that. And then you want to look at, okay, what movement am I seeing? What's been the average sales monthly for my product over the last 3 months? How does this compare weekly and how does this compare daily? If you're working with a product where there's a downward trend in sales over the last few months and you run Google Ads and you think it doesn't work, right? This isn't a Google Ads problem. This is more of a macro problem. You need to look at what else is doing that. So don't try and put this on a product that's going in the kind of downward spiral and expect something different. And then ACoS ROAS, I probably wouldn't even put that in there because that's not the most important. That's the least important. But obviously you want to kind of look at that so you don't kind of spend money you don't have. And then this is one particular example where for this, when we're targeting Coffee Maker, we went from 10% to 14% in terms of conversions, and that's a big term. So it's a substantial amount of sales. And again, the keyword traffic for it went from 6% to 8% for that particular keyword. And then also here's an example of looking at one particular keyword, looking at the whole search volume for a particular ASIN. And then you can see, okay, what percentage share of clicks did you get and what percentage share of sales did you get? And this example is really interesting. This is an example where the total impressions and clicks went down, but the click share went up and the percentage of sales went up. So there are times where you can move it in a different direction. And then just a bit more bonus content. So the first thing is, you know, I said to you before, Amazon love you send in external traffic. One of the main reasons how you can see that is you can use the brand referral bonus. So every time there's a sale that comes through Google Ads in the US market, Amazon will pay you. They'll pay you money. So that's one way you can see it. Now, you have to think like from a platform point of view. If you send PPC traffic to your listing, fine, Amazon makes some money. If you send traffic from Google to Amazon, you're increasing Amazon's audience. You're potentially bringing someone brand new from outside of the Amazon ecosystem into Amazon who are likely to then look at other products. So not only are you bringing potential new customers, you're enticing people to spend more time on Amazon. So they're going to love that. And that's why they're rewarding you. And it's going to have some benefits as well in terms of improving ranking and generating more sales. So there's that. And then exact match targeting. You still need to negate terms, man. In 2018, Google quietly changed the way they do it, where they then decided to introduce, it was plural and singular variations of that keyword would appear. Now it's whatever they deem relevant. So if you can have a term like vitamin D supplement, that term vitamin D supplement might only show up in exact match 5% of the time. The rest is variations, which is not what you're looking for. So you need to constantly be in there, add the negatives. The first place to start, this is an extra tip, is put in the negative keywords: who, what, why, where, when. Put those keywords in, because these are all information-seeking search terms, which you're probably not looking for. You want to go straight for people ready to buy. And then you can use tools like Pixelme and Amped. They actually provide conversion data per campaign, so you can see, okay, where the sales are coming from, even down to a keyword level. They're not doing it on the search term level yet, but that would be pretty nice if they did. And then Google Ads Editor. This is a tool that's not new. It's been around way before I was using Google Ads, and it's a very awesome way to make a lot of changes really, really quickly. Yeah, if you need any help with that, I can help, but you can learn very quickly. And then I've got questions, but also if anyone's got any questions, anything they want to talk about in terms of anything I discussed, you can scan that and reach out to me. And I don't know how we're looking on time. How much time do we have? It's a minute maybe. So any questions anyone has? Yeah, Carlos.
Got a certain amount of reviews on a listing. In fact, I think our sweet spot on low reviews.
It's the average reviews more than the total reviews. If you're looking at a 4.6 up, they tend to do fairly well. A four down, no. Yeah, Carlos, you're gonna.
What about you're saying to do this consistently with the Google Ads and Amazon? Are you doing anything extra during the launch of a product?
No, we tend to stay away from launches. We tend to stay with established products. We haven't done a launch yet. Not to say we won't do it. We just find it works. It works really well with the way we're doing it right now. You're welcome. Brilliant. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's it. I haven't forgot this time.
Thank you very much. So, thank you once again. A nice round of applause for Sean. For George Barassa, please. Okay, so our next speaker, I believe he doesn't need any introductions. He's very well known. So I'd like to welcome to the stage, please, Sean Hart.
Thank you, sir. That's it. Is that 90s rap?
There you
You gonna mic me up there? I'm so nervous, Mike. I've never
You're
done
so
this.
nervous. My goodness. That's your clicker there. Let me just turn this extra mic.
That's the clicker? All right, I want to do a quick survey, though. I got to wake you all up after lunch. I got money in my pocket. Don't worry. That's my girl right there. You've seen this act. All right, you haven't seen this one. So who come here to learn today? Who came to have fun? This young man. What's your name? What is it? Damir. Welcome, young man. You're an entrepreneur? All right, so we're going to have a little fun here, and then I'm going to show you guys something that I've pretty much been keeping to myself all year. But first of all, how many of you here are entrepreneurs? It took me like 30 years to spell that word. Okay, so most entrepreneurs say yes to at least 5 of these following questions. So I want you to keep track. And if you can relate, when you get to 5, I want you to stand up, okay? So, do you, or let's say, are you filled with energy? How many of you can say yes to that? Okay. Does your mind get flooded with ideas? Okay, that's 2. Are you driven? Okay. Are you restless? Me too. Are you unable to keep still? Are you at 5? Okay, we have 1 victim. Just keep standing. Stand up. Stay up there, Sebastian. Okay. Do you often work on a little sleep? Is that you? If you reach 5, stand up. Okay. Can you be euphoric? Okay, we're getting there. Euphoric. Can you be euphoric? Are you easily irritated by minor obstacles? Yes. All right. Why aren't you standing, Melanie? Can you burn out periodically? Stand up. If you reach 5 of these, stand up for me. I still don't have you in the back. All right. Do you act out sexually? I'm just reading. Do you feel persecuted by those who do not accept your vision? Stand up. All right, now I want you guys to look around the room and see that you're not alone. Every single one of you standing, every single one of you have just self-identified as being bipolar. Okay? Give yourself a. Yeah, this is part of the show. This is part of the act. I have no idea. Who pulled the fire drill? What do we do? Okay, you can sit down now. All right. Do we go on, Melanie? Never miss an opportunity for content. Are we really leaving? All right, that's our cue to get out of here.
Somebody smoking a cigarette or something? No, it's not on, but it's a good thing I'm loud. Mike's working on it, but I didn't want to waste any more time. So should we get started or should we wait on the rest of them? Let's go. All right. So first of all, I want to thank you who's promoting this event, Avast, Fortinet, Getida, Scale for eTail. They're doing a phenomenal job, aren't they? You guys having a good time? Give them a hand. That's for you, Melanie. That's for you. So let's do a quick, by show of hands here, or we can't show of hands. We have 3 different options. So I'm going to do a quick survey, okay? What do you believe is the most important part of your e-commerce business? How many of you believe it's your product? Just raise your hand. Okay, Melanie? How many of you think it's your brand? Okay? So if everyone doesn't raise their hand on this next one, that means you're not listening, right? How many of you believe it's your customers? Woo! All right, guess what? You're right. It is your customers. And my clicker's not working. There we go. Your customers are the most valuable asset of your business. And let me tell you why. We could have a list a mile long. But the one thing that I promise you cannot survive without is your customers. If you have nobody to tell your story to, who's going to buy your products? Customers, yes. Customers are the most important. So here, we're going to have 6 key takeaways here, and I promise I'm going to come in under time this time, Mike. But first of all, who the heck am I? Number one, first and foremost, I'm a husband, and I love it. My wife and I actually enjoy hanging out together after 17 years. Can you believe that? So when I get finished, I'm going home. Well, after the next event. I'm a father of 4 wonderfully, well, I have 3 wonderful children, and one of them, the jury's still out on her a little bit. I've been an entrepreneur my entire life. A published author. I'm a private pilot, which I was just bragging about early. Don't get too excited. I can't fly anything big. I'm a marketing coach, and I love to speak and share. I've sold over $1 billion in products in my long career, but that just means I'm old. I've earned the gray hair. We've launched over 1,000 private label products, created 53 unique brands, and just like Brother Carlos, I've exited 17 businesses. I'm still working on number 18. How many are you up to now? You're 17, all right. I'm going to race you to 18. I've coached thousands of Amazon sellers just like you in this room since 2014. But before we jump in too deep, I need to make an admission of guilt here, if you don't mind. Can I be honest with you guys? Okay. I'm terrible at being organized. I stink at keeping books. I've been audited 2.5 times. And I suck at managing teams and business operations. But I've become an absolute expert at turning Amazon businesses just like yours into cash gushing machines. I've authored 3 books in the last 12 months. Have you guys ever heard of any of these? We have Private Label Millionaire Secrets, How I Sold an Additional $62 million on Amazon, and 49 Amazon Seller Hacks Revealed. How many of you read any of these? You have? Oh, he's got one in his hand. So I'm going to do an ethical bribe right here, okay? I like to pay you all to pay attention. How many of you have ever earned money coming to one of these events? All right? I know you have. Antonio has too. But how often do we come to an event like this and we take all these notes, and we take pictures of slides, and we go home and we forget everything and do absolutely nothing? Be honest. Can you relate? Every time. So this is my way of making sure you go home with some actionable, impactful content. So who can tell me the names of 3 of these books? Yes, in the back. You got it. Private Label Millionaire Secrets. I got a $50 bill here waiting on you. Give me the other 2. Yes. What else, Antonio? You guys are going to have a hard time splitting $50. All right. Come get it. Someone. Whoever gets it first can have it. There you go. There you got it. All right. He won the foot race. Hey, we have a mic now. So here's what most sellers are getting wrong. This is what you're doing, okay? You make a sale on Amazon, and then what? Then you immediately go out looking for new customers. using sponsored ads or whatever the latest ranking hack is. Are we guilty of this? This is wrong. You're forgetting about the most important part of every single business. And what is that? The customers, exactly. Here's what your business should and could look like. You make a sale on Amazon, and then you do what we call post-purchase marketing. That is, market to your existing customers after the initial purchase. And it's everything that happens after the initial sale that makes a difference in our business. Amazon builds this almost impenetrable wall between us sellers and the buyers, right? But it doesn't have to be that way. There are certain actions that you can take that you can tear down this wall and create a relationship with that most valuable asset of your business, which is who? Your customer. All right, let's talk about the 67% factor. My Amazon revenue is up 67% specifically from the simple ideas that I'm sharing with you today. And what I've found is that this number is true across the board for the most successful sellers that I've worked with around the world. Now, 67% doesn't sound like a lot, does it? Or does it? It does sound like a lot. So, for $50, young man, what is the percentage that I'm talking about here? How much? Give me a number. How many? 67. Come get your money. There you go. Hey, take a picture, Mom. Come here, buddy. Can we take a picture? Come up here. Good job. All right, now I got you woke up, right? You just missed that one, Athena. This young man just won $50. Oh, I'm going backwards now. Okay, here we go. Now, I want you to think about this just for a minute. Only you probably know how many zeros are in your Seller Central account each month. But ask yourself, what would a 67% increase in sales mean for your business? How much is that worth for you? Don't say it out loud, but just put a pin in that, okay? Let's do some simple math. If you're doing $100,000 on Amazon today, then this is worth an extra $67,000, right? Simple math. If you're already doing $1 million, which some of you are, this is an additional $670,000. Is that meaningful? All right, so let's talk about customer lists. How many of you here actually have a customer list? Anyone? Let me see here. So we have like 6 people have customer lists. Now, is that a list of transactions from Amazon? Or is that a list of people who actually purchase from you? Name, address, phone number, email. Yes? Congratulations. You all need to move to the head of the class. All right? Every single business, I don't care what you're selling or giving away, we all pay for traffic, including this hotel, my business, your business, this young man's future business. What kind of business you in? Your mom's business. Does she pay for new customers? Probably. We're either paying in money or we're paying in time, right? Or both. Some of us use billboards, television ads, direct mail, or radio campaigns. Every business pays for new traffic. You agree? Okay. Now, who can tell me for $50 the 4 forms of media I just shared? What'd you say? Billboards? Hey, whoa. It's not phone a friend time. What do you have? Yes? 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 One more. Yeah, come over here and get your money. Hey, look, guys. I'm gonna be here all day. There he is. And look. Look, these questions are going to come up. It's kind of like the McRib sandwich. It's coming back, you just don't know when, right? And that's how these questions are. So, Lisa, can you tell me which president is on the $50 bill for $50? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You don't know this guy? It says Grant right there. All right, you failed. Billboards, TV ads, direct mail, radio, and all types of other media. Are you all entertained right now? I know I am. I'm having the time of my life. It just never lasts long enough. Here's my joke of the week, by the way. Are there any Amazon aggregators in the room? Who? No one? Carlos, you're going to love this one. What do you call an Amazon aggregator at an Amazon seller convention? A barista. Hey, you'll get it later. You like that one? I keep going backwards. I need my clicker, guys. There we go. Amazon, this is the thing I want you to understand. As an Amazon seller, you're really spoiled because Amazon's sending you buyers every single day for better than free. And what do I mean by that? You're making a profit from customer acquisition. You're just not seeing it that way yet. If you're making consistent, profitable sales on Amazon, and you should be, if you're not making a profit, you just have a very expensive hobby. If you're making profitable sales, Amazon's sending you customers for better than free. In fact, with this, you're getting paid to acquire new customers. Now, do you see the difference? Are you guys with me on this? Who here is getting paid to acquire new customers? Every single person. You're just not seeing it that way yet. That's what I'm here for. You have customers in your sales funnel every single day. And if you apply a few simple strategies, you can make your existing Amazon customers more valuable through strategic follow-up campaigns and create a lifetime relationship that's mutually beneficial. You need me to stand still, Natalia? Okay. Let me tell you a quick story. This is how I discovered how truly important my customer list was. Back in 2010, I sent a follow-up direct mail campaign. Yes, a postcard in the mail. I am old. I've earned this gray hair, believe me. Sending that postcard to 70,000 customers who had registered for my warranty created $500,000, an absolute windfall in additional revenue that I would have never seen had I not sent a postcard. Is that pretty powerful? Look at this very unremarkable postcard. It's almost embarrassing how ugly and yellow it is. I created this. You can tell I'm not a designer, right? But I send this postcard to my customer list of 70,000 people who purchased this product called the iHeater, and it generated $500,000 in revenue. Now, this is a $20 million a year business. $500,000 for a few postage stamps, 70,000 of them, is a pretty good return on investment. Would you agree? So I mailed this again to see what would happen. And I mailed this exact same offer, the same postcard to the same customer list over and over and over again, and the results were always similar. $500,000 in revenue. Now, if you could put a couple $1,000 in a slot machine, pull the handle, and $500,000 comes out, how many times would you feed the slot machine? Thank you. All day, every day. And this is where a lot of us are wrong. Like, my customers don't want to hear from me more than once per quarter or once a year, or they're getting annoyed and unsubscribing. Who cares? What's the job of my marketing? It's to get you to either take action or get the hell off of my list. Anything else is not valuable. For Amazon sales, though, we're collecting customer data and we're sending emails. I don't do postcards anymore. I've stepped up my game. We're doing emails and we're seeing similar results. We even use SMS and text message marketing to do this. How many of you here are on one of my email lists? Okay, not enough of you. How many of you are on my text list? How many of you are pissed off when I send voice broadcast to your voicemail? Antonio, you know how to unsubscribe, right? Just kidding. You can't get off of the Ferris wheel. The results are very similar using email, no matter what type of media we use. Email, text, we do voice broadcast for webinar reminders, but you can't do any of this magic without what? A customer list. So now let's talk about TOS and get that out of the way. How many of you in this room honestly believe that having a relationship with your customers from Amazon is against terms of service? Truthfully. No one? Okay, a couple of you. I mean, we've heard war stories, right? Like, oh, I used a product insert and I lost my account and now I'm out of business. That's common. It's not the product insert that creates the problem. It's what you do with the information on the insert or how you try to circumvent Amazon's ordering process or review process. That's what's against terms of service. To stay within terms of service, we have to create a situation where the customer chooses to engage our brand. Does this make sense? And the simplest way to start collecting a customer list is to include a product insert with your product. But here's what I'm seeing in your packages that are getting you shut down for using product inserts. You're trying to circumvent the ordering process or manipulate reviews or trick the ranking algorithm. This is 100% against terms of service. If you're trying to manipulate your ranking by using some black hat hack, or you try to bribe your customers, you know who you are, to get an honest, unbiased review, then you're breaking terms of service, and they will catch you. And they have caught some of you. All we really need to do is give value and keep the customer's experience top priority. It's about them. It's not about us, the seller. It's about the end user's experience and world-class customer support. Somebody say amen. Hey, I got some good Baptists in here. I can tell because the front row is empty. Hey, there we go. We do have some Baptists. I've launched over 1,000 unique private label products. I've created hundreds and hundreds of inserts for myself and the clients we work with. And eventually we developed a formula for creating inserts that actually work. And here's what I figured out. Every single product, every one of them and every variation serves a unique customer. And to create a product insert that converts, you must think about your customer's perspective. And you have to ask this very important question. You must put yourself in the mind of your customers and say, what offer would be so compelling that my customer would literally drop everything she's doing and take action immediately? Yes, somebody's speed reading me. All right, who can re-quote that question for me for $50? Anyone? Yes, sir. You, whatever you say is going to be a winner. Just say something. Yes, give him a hand. Come up here and get your money. What are you going to do with all this money, man? Tell them your name again. Demir. What are you going to do with all that money? On college. That's a good choice. Education. I might have to pick him again. What offer would be so compelling that at the point of opening your package, your customer would drop what she's doing and take action immediately? There are also, of course, a lot of psychological triggers that we can use to boost your opt-ins. But at the core, you must have a mafia offer. And I talk about this pretty extensively in my book, Private Label Millionaire Secrets. Who hasn't read this? Would you like to have one, Mariana? You have not read it, though? Oh, who has not read this? Yes. Yes, sir, right there. I saw him first. Come grab this. You're a winner, chicken dinner. He's got $50 and a buck. There you go. You must create a mafia offer. What is a mafia offer? Thank you, my Godfather fans out there. It's an offer that your customer will actually feel stupid saying no to. So, what is a mafia offer for $50? Yes, Lisa. Come on, I really want you. Yes, an offer you can't refuse. Come here. Well, it's an offer that they feel stupid saying no to. Come get your money. Give her a hand. This is Lisa from Rich Momentum. All right. A mafia offer is so good that your customer will feel stupid. There, she just, yes! Good job. Nice. Now you're squirming a little, aren't you? It's an offer they feel stupid saying no to. A mafia offer speaks directly to your customer's core desire. Speaks to them. It's not just a bland, generic offer that may or may not appeal to your customer. When we got this right, guys, our opt-ins went from 1% to over 88%. Just look at these opt-in rates, 97, 87, 69. Has anyone seen these kind of opt-ins? Never? Okay. Well, you will if you just listen to this. Once you create a mafia offer, you no longer have a product insert. You have what I call an attention-getting marketing device. Sounds a lot better, doesn't it? All right, finally, I want to talk about taking control of your customer's journey. Every single one of your customers, no matter what you're selling, is on his or her own journey. Do you understand that? It's not up to us to answer his question. It's up to us as sellers to ask the question and then get in front of that journey and control as much of that journey as you possibly can. And that's what we're doing with follow-up emails, follow-up direct mail, text messages, postcards. You should create a unique and more profitable relationship with every single one of your customers along every step of your flow. This step-by-step process is developed over many, many months, but it's constantly tweaked and optimized for best results. Now, here's a quick question. How many of you here have a physical product or a physical storefront somewhere? You do? You used to? I know my friend Melanie here, she just opened a boutique hotel in Southampton, UK, and we're all invited, right? What an amazing entrepreneur. You have to ask to see the pictures. It's amazing. If you had a physical storefront, you would never expect to have just one transaction with each customer that walked in the door, would you? If you're smart, you're going to try to get them to come back in and purchase again and again. And this is not something I invented. This is just called a business, guys. And why should your Amazon business be treated any differently? It shouldn't. Here's the real difference. While most sellers are out there making sales so they can create customers, what we're doing is we're creating customers so that we can make sales. You guys see the difference? Carlos is either praying or sneezing. What was it? Oh. This advice that I'm telling you today about growing customer lists, it's literally the exact same advice that I give my own children every day. This young man right here, I got to brag about him, Missouri. This guy, this is Cash. That sucker's 15 years old, and he's big. Do what? He's huge. He's bigger than Carlos and I put together, and he's on fire for business, and I counsel him about it every single day. It's the same strategy. This kid has SMS lists. When he sends out a blast, he generates several $1,000s in sales in just a few minutes. Yeah, how many of you can say that when you were 15? I know you will. This guy's got $150 already. This strategy will significantly increase your Amazon sales in a way that most sellers are not taking advantage of. And the only reason I can say that with 100% certainty is because I literally see it every single day in businesses and brands just like yours with clients we work with all around the world. Let's just admit, if we want to get different results, we have to be willing to take different actions, right? Is this a little bit different? And I know that if you included a Mafia offer to your product and accelerate your customer acquisition, you're going to make a lot more money and you're going to have a lot more valuable brand. Look at him. He's attracted to them $100 bills falling. You like that? There are 3 more core pillars that I've used to hit and build massive businesses, like 53 brands on Amazon. And it just so happens that you're in the right place at the right time, because if you've enjoyed this limited time with me today, obviously it's impossible for me to share everything in 30 minutes, right? Well, next week I'm doing a webinar and you're all invited to it. How many of you want to learn a little bit more about these strategies? Yes. In a passive environment, you can log in anonymously if you want. You're invited. In fact, for the live stream, this is fine, but on the recording, I want you guys to promise me you're not going to share the information I'm about to give you on the next couple slides. We all promise we're going to keep it between us? We're exclusive, right? Get your phone out. This is my call to action. Let me see your phones like a Def Leppard concert. Let's hold them up in the air as high as you can. You've already been there. All right? I have this private Zoom meeting that I'm doing for 60 minutes next week, and you're all invited. No, you cannot bring a friend. No, you can't share this on Facebook. It's very limited seating. But I'm going to go through a 60-minute deep dive of my 3 core secrets, and you're never going to get an opportunity to see this again unless you're flying to Barcelona with me tomorrow morning. Anybody want to go to Spain? All right. We're leaving at 7 a.m. It's coming up. So if you go to Sean'sTopSecrets.com or scan the QR code, you'll get exclusive access to this private Zoom expose. This is a very limited time. So don't just sit there and say, oh, I'll just do this later. It's all good. And those of you on the live stream, Sean'sTopSecrets.com, and that'll get you in on this Zoom call, and I'll see you there. As soon as you register, you're also going to download a PDF copy of my latest 2 books, yours for free, or you can pay $24.99 on Amazon. Sean'sTopSecrets.com. If you want to download this entire slide deck, you can scan this QR code or go to this URL, pppro.co. That's 3 P's in there, pppro.co/MIA. Is that Miami or Missing in Action? 2023. Any questions? I have 5 minutes left. I mean, I think I have 5 minutes left. I have a timer over here. Okay? Yes, Melanie, my second favorite person in the world. Who's my first? Me. Sorry, honey. She's watching the live stream.
So how do you deal with that when you've got, like from our business point of view, I mean, our clients are sort of like located in 64 countries across the globe. How do you reach out on when you talk about direct marketing to them?
Well, you're talking specifically about GDPR?
Yeah.
Okay, so her question is, how do you retarget the customers in the countries that don't allow retargeting through email? And the simple answer is you don't. We retarget, I mean, 80% of our business is in the US and Canada. So we have, even though we have canned spam laws in the US, we actually have laws against text messaging on Saturdays and things like that. But it's a lot easier to get away with in the US. We have clients overseas who do use this type of marketing, but we never advocate for that because it is against the rules. So great question. Does that answer your question, Melanie? Okay. About the service? I love you. Okay, so she asked me if we could talk about the service, how we help sellers. So basically what we do at Post Purchase Pro is we're a complete, I should say, robust post-purchase marketing agency. So all we do, to keep it super simple, you create sales on Amazon, we make every one of your Amazon customers more valuable through follow-up campaigns where we send them back to your store to create more sales. Now, of course, there's several different ways we do that, but as a service, that's what we do at Post Purchase Pro. Thank you. Yes. So Mariana, she's asking me, do we help with inserts? We actually do everything from insert design, funnel page building, email follow-up sequences, list management, all of that. Well, that's not what we're here for. I'm here to help you do it for yourself. But if you're like me, you don't like to mow your own grass or wash your own boat, yes, we can do it for you. Yes, sir.
The concern, of course, would be, like you say, hey, people, they should be on the list, if not, they get off the list. What would happen then afterwards? How to, convince the Amazon sellers? What are the steps that you're taking, and not the sellers, but the buyers, that they would come back and actually, yes, purchase my other product?
Okay, so the question is, how do we compel the buyer to actually come back? It's simple. We provide tremendous value with educational and entertaining content that always ends with an offer to purchase more, maybe a coupon code or maybe a BOGO offer. But every single time we get in front of an audience, your customer, it's always give, and then, oh yeah, by the way, you can go here and save 5%, anything in my store if you want to purchase. Here's the thing that you have to remember when it comes to follow-up marketing. How many of you here have ever eaten a McDonald's hamburger? I know we're in Miami and everybody has to be skinny and sexy, but let's just tell the truth. How many of you have eaten a McDonald's? The rest of you are lying to me. Well, maybe not Antonio. They have McDonald's in Brazil? But do you stop at McDonald's every single time you see the golden arches? No. But does that stop McDonald's from marketing? Your customer is not always going to be ready to make a follow-up purchase. But it's up to you to be top of mind, front and center, when the purchase decision comes up, and be the obvious go-to choice on Amazon to purchase or refer a friend. Great question, Sebastian. You can.
How much effort is it to bring all this additional value to the customers?
How much effort?
How much effort? What do we need to do?
If you needed to do that, you would probably have to dedicate, either hire one additional staff member to do all this for you full-time, or you could do a half-hearted effort, adding another, I'd say, 10 hours per week to your existing workload. Or you can just hire professionals to do it. And you know how to do that now, right? Thanks to Mariana. Thank you, Mariana. Any other questions?
What do you feel like is the dollar amount to get that response or get that?
How much?
Coupon code or a specific dollar amount, like if you're going to give a product away.
Okay, great question. So again, what kind of offer do we create? A Mafia offer? What we do, if we're doing this for you, okay, and you can do the same thing on your own, what we do is we create a unique offer that's a huge value proposition where your customer, just like I said, would say, oh my gosh, I have to stop what I'm doing right now and take immediate action. And that varies with the product, the category, the size of the product, the price of the product. So we create a unique offer for every single product in every category. And it has to be something that's relevant. Like I always say, if you buy a Mercedes-Benz and I'm sending you marketing messages for a BMW, you probably don't care, right? So it has to be relevant, has to be consistent with a consistent cadence, and you always have to deliver value. If I'm sending you emails and all I want to do is sell you, then you're probably going to unsubscribe and say, that guy's annoying. I don't want to deal with this brand. All right. But if I train you to open my emails by sending valuable content, information, and entertaining content, then you look forward to opening the emails and engaging. And at that moment in time, when you're ready to make a purchase decision, we become the obvious best choice. Will all of your customers purchase again? No. And all of your customers won't opt in. But we only focus on that core segment of your customer list who does opt in and look forward to hearing from you again and re-engaging your brand. All right, we have time for more questions. I got one right here.
So my question is, if customer goes and complains to Amazon, oh, they're sending me 2 emails, they ask me for email, what,
Yeah.
Amazon.
So she's talking about terms of service. What happens if a customer complains? So we've launched over 1,000 private label products. We've created 53 brands for myself, and we work with between 600 and 1,000 sellers all over the world at any given time. And we've never one time had anyone get cut off or shut down or lose their account from what we're doing. You have to remember, Mariana, I'm getting that R down, aren't I? We're not saying go leave a review. We're not saying help me with a rebate. We're not doing anything that circumvents Amazon's terms of service. The only thing we're doing is enhancing the end user's experience with our product by creating world-class customer support. And at the end of the day, that's what Amazon really wants. They enjoy our marketing because we're positioning our product to be the obvious best choice, and we're sending the daggone traffic back to Amazon. They love us. So we're not having any problems with terms of service, but that's a great question. How we doing, boss? It's time. All right, guys, I'll be hanging out here most of the day. If you have any questions, come talk to me. Thank you. Woo! This one's yours.
Thank you very much. Sorry? Pin this one, sorry.
Go ahead.
The support group, thank you.
So first, maybe introductions. I'm Yael. I'm co-founder of Fortinet. My partner Michal is here. He's going to speak right after us, right? And this is Mariana. So I know Mariana for what, 4 or 5 years, I think. She sold her business with us, and it was important for me that she speaks. First of all, I think it's the first time, right? First, second time?
Yes, I'm very nervous. I'm sorry.
So we said it would be a conversation. So you will hear about Mariana's story. I wanted Mariana to speak because she has a very different situation and very different story than most sellers. She has, how many businesses you have?
So probably altogether 6. I have 4 brands on Amazon, some real estate. I have spa, physical spa, and some consulting. And now we have a manufacturer. We're manufacturing soft shoes here in Miami. Mm-hmm. So if anyone in the pet space, let me know. Yeah, a few businesses.
Yeah, and so maybe let's start with that. How do you get, so most sellers here have one brand or two brands, and that's a lot. I can tell you I have two businesses and it's a lot. You have like six, and you actually mentioned others. How do you manage so many brands? How do you get to have so many brands? Let's start with that.
I think I got expired by Carlos.
Really?
He has a lot of brands. So I'm.
Get your microphone closer.
I'm sorry. I started in 2012. This is when I built my first Amazon store, I said. And I'm always worried that something will happen with my Amazon account. And I'm like, what else I can do? Maybe I'll do more brands. Maybe I'll do some other businesses. So this idea was coming to my mind. Okay, what else I can do? So I won't put all eggs in one basket. So, and every time I hear ideas, I'm always open to go and start a business.
So the first reason is risk, right?
Risk,
because
yes.
of Amazon.
Yes.
But then you start a spa. That's not so much around risk, or is it also to diversify?
It's diversify the most, and it's also, my idea was to make every woman's beautiful. And this is how the spa idea started. We help women to lose weight, and by do some procedures. And we started in Dallas. I used to live in Dallas, so I, got inspired by other women who wanted to improve and look better. So I said, well, I can do it as well, and we will do affordable prices for every woman who wants to look and feel better.
And did any of these businesses that you have failed, or they're all successful?
We lost few Amazon accounts. Not all the businesses are successful as others. And it's, I believe if it's a store or physical, you need to be there, versus if it's online, you can work it from anywhere. Again, I believe the e-commerce and Amazon are easier to run and be successful versus physical stores.
Yeah, but still, so how do you run 6 different brands? How do you manage your time? Do you do everything yourself, or how does it work?
So fortunately, I have business partners, and my business partners are amazing. So we really work together, and we split the time, and we agree what each of us are doing on the project. So this really helps us. And of course, we are have a lot of help. We're hiring a lot of different companies to help us with different tasks like PPC or launching products. So
so you have different partners for each brand, a different partner for each brand, or several partners running several brands? How does it work? Like, can somebody from the crowd here be a potential partner? How does it work?
Yeah. Almost for every, some brands I'm by myself, but for every brand I have a partner. And I think it really, really helps you to scale your business. 2 people, first of all, more money, less risk. And of course, it's 2 brains, always better than 1, I believe. And I have great partners. I think I'm very, very lucky. So I have great partners there. We were very successful together.
I don't know if 6 brands is luck at this point, but how do you choose your partners? How do you know who would be a potential partners?
Probably chemistry, like in a relationship, but I go to different events and I meet people, I talk to people. I kind of understand what their skills are. And sometimes I offer the partnership, sometimes they offer me partnership, and we sit down and we agree what we're gonna do. So.
And what are you good at, and what are they good at usually? What are you looking for in a partner?
Well, it really, really depends on the business. Sorry. I'm good at sourcing, find products, get best prices, work with different manufacturers. I have a lot of connection with different manufacturers all over the world. probably all the, now I know how to hire marketing companies. Now I know how to hire PPC companies. So, and my partners can be good at launching products, or they can be good at PPC. It really depends on what we like, what product we're launching and what we're looking at. Again, always you can hire someone. If you have good connection and two people are smart, you can always outsource a lot of tasks. And I believe it's the key. So be on the same page, understand what the goals are. And I think you can partner up with a lot of people.
And looking back at your 6 brands, or 6 businesses, do you think it's better to have several businesses and de-risk, or have 1 or 2 and focus on them?
For me, probably I think I made the right decision to have different businesses, again, because I lost few due to Amazon, and I believe it's worked for me. But again, for some people, it's very important to focus on one business and just don't just be there. But I think it's personality and how you look at it. I think I was able to scale with a lot of businesses.
And so there's 24 hours. How do you divide the time between the 6 businesses?
So when we start in the beginning of the business, so probably a lot of my time go there. We structure, we brainstorm, we understand what we're gonna do. Then we hire. So we don't have like a lot of team members. We usually outsource.
Who's we when you say we?
Me and partners.
Like you and your specific partner for that business?
So I outsource a lot. PPC, like everything you can outsource. So me and my partner will sit down and we agree what's the launch, how many products, what we're gonna do. And in the beginning, we understand that we're gonna sell the business. So this is how you need to come. This is what you need to have in your mind when you start the project. You're possibly gonna sell it, and this way, I think your brand gonna be successful.
And did you do that from the beginning? You created brands that you could potentially sell one day? That was your mind? No?
No, I launched a bunch of different products, toys, health and beauty in one seller account. Don't do it, please. It was a mix of everything that you cannot sell. I was making money, but it's not something you can sell at the end. So yeah, not a good idea.
So when I asked about your time, you mentioned that you're creating teams. And when you're saying teams, so if I understand, you're not training people and outside of your company, but you're hiring for each business, you're hiring freelancers, companies, service providers that would help you. And do you use those providers for each of your businesses? Like, for example, you found a good PPC agency, would you use them for each of your 4 Amazon brands?
Not necessary, because sometimes talking to my partner, they can say, hey, I have a better person, let's try this. So I try not to mix. They don't know about each other. So I can
now they know.
I try not. So it goes case by case, but sometimes we can use the same company to do the same work. I will definitely only use this company to sell my brand.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I really. It's not. We didn't talk about it, but I really enjoy the way they worked with me. And the value, and it was a great experience. And if you decide to sell your company, they are the best, really.
Thank you. Okay, so you distracted me from
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it, but
you know what? You spoke about your exit. If you had, if you had to go back to the beginning, what would you say to yourself? Was there something that you wish you knew from the beginning? Thinking of that exit at the end of the road. What would you wish you knew?
It's a good question. Honestly, I really thought I know everything about numbers. I knew how much inventory I have on Amazon, which inventory going to expire. When we start doing all the due diligence, Apparently, I didn't know that I have inventory that's going to expire on Amazon. I didn't know because the prices would change. I didn't know how much the product was really, how much money I made for each product. My accounting was a little bit not in place. And right now, when we start new brand, all this, I try to be as organized as possible. Really understand your numbers. Make sure you have all invoices together. Make sure you have, how many products, what month sold, what price. Like, it's really, really important because they will ask you all this question when this buyer will ask you all this question. Like, probably I will go differently in branding as well. So now what we do, we have on Upwork, we put the work out there. We have 10, 15 different labels or pictures from different artwork people. And then we go and we test the market before we even launch any products. So this way we know, we work with Speakful. This way we know what really label or colors really works and what people really looking for. Before, I didn't know that it's important. We just put all this together. Oh, it looks great. Let's do it. So now I think it's very important as when you start building brand to do it.
So for the branding, so you're not using every time the same people.
No.
You okay. So you use several art professionals, and then you test their results and see if it sticks.
Yes.
If people like it.
Yes.
That's how you launch.
Yes, and
yeah.
it's really, really works.
Is that also how you choose new products?
No, the new products. My approach right now is, like we've talked before, that I want to be connected to the brand. So now I want to do something that I'm really passionate about, and that I will bring value to the customers. So this is my new 2023 goal. I'm starting a new project right now that is
7 business.
I want to be like Carlos.
You have 10 more. 10 more.
10 more to go. So and I think at this point I'm doing a lot of research. It's not only Amazon, and I'm reaching out influencers on Facebook, on Instagram. I'm asking in this niche what the people are looking for. So it's a little bit different research and approach that I did before. Just go to Amazon. Oh, this product sells. Let's do it. So.
And do you focus on specific categories?
Yeah, I don't go to supplements probably anymore
because you're restricted.
Yeah, restricted from this category for 3 years. So we try to do electronics right now, and my category I'm going to is going to be gardening.
Ah, good one for exits as well. Yeah.
So if you need to know what category to go on, you can sell it.
So you're checking what's sellable before you decide on that.
Yes. Please make sure it's sellable before you decide. But it's my perspective. It's what experience I had. You don't have to sell your company, but in my mind, I want to retire someday, so I want to build something and sell it.
And when do you sell your next business?
I think I sell it when I feel like I can't scale it anymore. At some point, I got, it's been stable. I know I need to hire a big team, train people that I don't know how to do it. HR, this again, it's not my expertise, so I will sell it.
You let the buyer do that?
Yes.
Yes. Any questions? Yes.
Just want to say that Mariana is legit. I know her since 2016.
Thank you.
And in reference to her manufacturer, so many clients, and she helped maybe not hundreds of our clients, but definitely dozens. And a lot of them are successful on Amazon, so thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Yes.
great.
Thank you so much.
Carlos.
Mariana, what's your favorite part of running your business? Like, is
one area that you just have the most fun with?
Counting the money. Go to events like this. I don't know.
Good.
I'm a visionary, and I think I like to see the end of picture, like to motivate the team to go to get to the end of the project, to the goal. This is my part that I like the most. I think I started 2011. I did a lot of stuff by myself. Again, now I have people helping me. So now I have this time that I can think and say, okay, what I can do differently, how I can improve what I'm doing, and I have all kind of goals, and I want to really just to get there. So
Where do you feel you can improve?
where I can improve,
Yeah. Where should you improve?
like I think I need to improve my time managing. This is the thing I'm struggling most, and probably leadership. So I'm taking different classes. I do a lot of self-improvement right now, and I think I don't know how to manage people. I feel bad for everyone. I cannot fire people, so the few skills that I'm lacking, so I need to work on.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
What's your number one motivation?
Well, if you hear my story, I left Soviet Union. I was by myself for many years. I was single mom for many years. So for me, it's probably my child and get better life for people around me, because I struggle a lot. So my why was probably my child, so he had a better life here. And for me, it was like, if you have money, you can do anything you want. So I think it won't bring you happiness, but it will give you a lot of freedom and give you a lot of luxury you can do. And of course, helping other people. So I'm helping people by hiring someone else. I'm helping people. I have full-time employees as well. So I know I change their lives by providing food for them, and I'm motivate different women. So I'm on all kind of women clubs that I help women to, get better. And a lot of women get abused, and all kind of stuff that every morning I wake up and I say, thank God, and I'm healthy and I can change someone's life and do my life better and my family.
You're amazing, Mariana. Yes, Antonio.
When you're building several brands, several businesses, they probably operate as individual business units. But do you find that there are areas or teams in your businesses that you can leverage for each other and have work with the whole group, or do you completely separate their operations?
I don't mix them.
Not at all.
I don't know. And the reason is, like I said, because I have different partners, we have different goals, and sometimes you have to be flexible, and it's not just me, it's another person. So we kind of work together. So we try not to mix. Again, I don't know if it's right or wrong. It's just how we operate.
Yes.
All right, so through your years of growth, right, what would you say was your biggest obstacle, and what motivation did you use to overcome?
Biggest obstacle. Well, like all of us, probably failing. Some products didn't work. I lost a lot of money. I was giving up sometime. You wake up in the morning like it's not working, and what am I gonna do? So I coming from IT background. I worked for a cloud security company, and I worked at night for trying to build my Amazon business. And you know, I have a little child, and I was like, why I'm doing this? I mean, I'm making good money in IT. I can just sit there and work, and like I was slept for 3-4 hours every day. And a lot of time it didn't work. A lot of time Amazon will shut me down, close all the SKUs, or hacking attack, or, you know, competition. So it's really, you know, all of us going through it, of course, you know, but for me, it was like, I'm very stubborn person. And I'm like, it's gonna work. It doesn't matter. It didn't work today. It didn't work, but it's gonna work tomorrow. This is how I operated, and I'm like, I'm not giving up. I'm not gonna fail. So it's very good. I also went to a lot of training, self-training, and it really helps. It made me stronger. It's made me stronger. It's made me better person, I think. But not giving up, it's number one.
You have so much experience, and I'm always surprised to see you in events. You go and you learn, and you go and you learn. Do you still learn at this point, or you just network and meet people?
I learn every time. I meet new people. I make friends.
You find new partners.
And in general, I love people. I really, really do. I love people. And when we all sit home, I mean, we work from home, and I really missing crowd, missing smart people. So it gives me a lot of energy. It gives me a lot of inspiration to see so many successful people. I love it.
Maybe one last question. Yes.
What category or product was your first Amazon launch? And was that successful, or it took a few tries? And like, what budget, when you launched your first product or brand, did you start?
Thank you. I started 2012, and it was a big mess. Like, everyone was launching. So I launched all kind of products. So I launched supplement. I started with B12. I started with B12 vitamins, and I started selling. I'm like, oh, wow. So then I put creams, and then I put toys. I mean, I didn't mix. So toys really worked. It was a mix in one account. Don't do it. But of course, it's just, you can't sell it. You can do anything. I made some money, but it was just a test run. In 2016, this is when I started building the brand. 2017, we launched the product, Health and Beauty, and this the company I sold, thanks to Yael and Michal.
Thank you. Thanks so much,
Thank you so
Mariana.
much for listening. I'm sorry. I was nervous.
Amazing woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful.
Sorry, it's my hair.
No, I'm gonna keep this one off. There you go. This one's live. All right, awesome, you guys. We're going to take a second here to get set up for our next presentation, which is going to be Miguel. But I also just want to say thank you so much for your time and attention today, and for all of our speakers and their flexibility in changing the schedules, and for your patience in coming back in after the fire drill. This time I'd like to welcome Miguel Baumwald-Oren, I hope I did not just mess up your name, to talk about 2023 M&A space for Amazon Brands Past Aggregators. If you'll put this onto your lapel. If you don't mind if I just put this on your lapel, please. There you go. So that's for the live stream, that's for the web.
And this is how I change a slide?
You can do it with the clicker.
Okay. Like this? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need it. Okay. Hi, everyone. Makes sense that I'm towards the end of this event, because at the end you just sell your business, and this is what I'm going to talk about today. So my name is Michal Baumwald-Oren, CEO of Fortunate, co-founded it together with Yael, whom you've just met. And I'll be talking about, I will just introduce very generally the M&A market. I'm sure that you know at least a bit, if not much more about it. And then we will discuss how does this market look today, where post the big hype of aggregators and exits in 2023. Who can exit today? How can you do this, and how you should prepare for that? So first, with a short introduction, the M&A market for e-commerce brands, mainly Amazon brands, started to elevate by the end of 2018. For that purpose, we decided, Yael and myself, to start Fortinet and actually import investment banking services into this space, since at that time only brokers served sellers. And today we are a team of 40 people working only on the sell side, almost only on the sell side, meaning that we are working with sellers, helping them to sell their businesses. To date, we've worked with more than 150 sellers. At the beginning of 2019, the first aggregators started to acquire businesses. They actually implemented a roll-up model that was based on the rationale that if you can create an economy of scale and integrate and find synergies between different brands, the overall portfolio will be much more valuable and successful than single brands. And then since then, and you can see here some list of some aggregators. Maybe just sign if you know, if you've heard about aggregators. Do you recognize those logos? Yeah, okay. So since 19, for the next 3 years, we could see more than 100 aggregators that raised altogether approximately $16 billion, designated specifically to the acquisition of Amazon brands. COVID added another big boost to this industry, of course, with the strong support of the e-commerce industry, which was led by Amazon and was growing in any case. And then aggregators were kind of chasing the crown. Who is fastest? Who is the largest? And they just try to win as many deals as they can. And then we could see almost on any deal, many aggregators fighting against each other, constantly increasing multiples and making very fast deals. Another phenomena that we could see during these years is aggregators trying to minimize the amount that they pay by acquiring businesses directly from sellers, or being the first ones that approach them and make the deal. And we can, maybe part of you have heard of aggregators offering Teslas, Bitcoin, just send their way some Amazon brand who is willing to sell, and it is worth that amount of money. With that huge appetite among aggregators, they usually beat other kind of potential acquirers, such as strategic companies that are focused on a specific field, or private equities, because they were just so fast and willing to pay more and more just to gain, to win the deals. And then 2022 arrived. We could see in 2022, first of all, the macroeconomic changing due to the war in Ukraine and the kind of post-COVID negative impact. But in addition to that, aggregators started experiencing difficulties. So it appeared that acquiring business is actually much easier than later on managing them successfully. Sellers that were bought out were not that easy to be replaced by new large team. Even if those were super smart people, the experience was lacking. And then shipping costs raised a lot, and advertising and Amazon fees raised. And altogether, this led to many aggregators breaching their covenants to their lenders, which put them in a problem. They needed to first pay money back, and also part of the money that they raised was actually debt, and it was not accessible anymore for them. And this kind of freezed some of the aggregators from acquisition at all. Only a few got into real trouble and were looking to some rearrangements of their business. And the overall environment of aggregators became colder. Third-party sellers during 2022 also experienced some difficulties related to the market itself, with some changes. So first of all, the no tolerance to black hat tactics, which many Amazon sellers implemented one way or another. This was not anymore something that Amazon tolerated, or at least it fought it more severely than before. And it was very hard also to sell your business if it is infringing any such rules. And of course, all the increased costs harmed a lot margin and growth of many sellers during 2022. So how is the buyer's landscape for Amazon brands look like today in 2023? So we see the nice thing is that the overall amount of active buyer for Amazon businesses is much bigger than it was before. So today we're not dealing with just about 100 aggregators, but with many hundreds of. Some of them are aggregators, but most of them are actually strategic buyers. Strategic buyers, who are those? So these are holding companies that acquire different brands, category-focused businesses, whether they have e-commerce operation already or not, high net worth individuals, established Amazon sellers that decide to invest in addition brands instead of launching them from start, and private equity funds. All of these are very active today in this space. And the aggregators, many of them are still active buyers, but not in the same pace as before, and they're not ready to pay the same multiples as they were ready to pay before. Many of them are looking to raise capital today. Many have laid off a big part of their teams. Most of them refine their strategy one way or another. Many of them would be more category focused, and then they will look to divest some of the acquisitions they initially made. They are more strict on the size of business they will acquire and the health of the business, of course. And consolidation in the aggregator space. This is something that everyone is talking about, and aggregators are actively looking to merge with others. So is now the timing to exit your business? After I said all this, well, what should you do? So who can sell at a good price today? Because you don't, if you ever think about selling your business, it's not only about selling it, but selling it for a good price. So, yeah, okay. So maybe I'll start with multiples, okay? Because everyone is very much disturbed about what happens to the multiples. Can I sell my business for a decent multiple today? So actually what we see is that this is the chart that shows how multiples have developed. So you can see this graph shows the low end multiple at the average, and the upper one shows the high end. So if there is a range of multiples, then what we see is that actually the low range, so businesses that attract lower multiples, would get really lower multiples today. So if at the peak in 2021, it was about, let's say, 3 times was a kind of a bad multiple that you can get, Today, it can be even less than 2 times. But if your business is strong, good, and I'll refer in a moment to what does it mean to have a good business today, then decent multiples are still available. You can still get the 6, 7 times paid upfront, and I don't refer here to overall multiples, but just to cash upfront without inventory. So the market here is kind of mixed, and the overall process looks different than it looked previously. So first, who can sell the business today? In theory, everyone. In practice, generally, buyers would look at larger businesses. This means that the EBITDA would be at least 500,000 per year, but the reality is that it should be even higher. We at Fortunate usually are looking at to sell businesses with an EBITDA of close to 1 million and up. And buyers are looking to see growth, both on the top line and bottom line, on the revenue and profit. Buyers are looking for decent profitability in the business. Lower profitability means that the business is more risky. So 18% of an EBITDA or SDE, seller discretionary earning, is considered to be kind of the golden number as a minimum. Although even with some lower percentage of profit, a business can be sold, but it usually may be difficult and more difficult. Leadership position in the market, super crucial to maintain your position and have a sustainable business for the long term. A good projection for the future. Buyers are buying the future, not the past. They don't pay you for they don't applaud for what you did. They actually buy what they can do with your business. So they're looking to see a strong projection in place, a strong supply chain, a cohesive brand. Presenters before me spoke about building a brand. Sean, that is putting his stuff in his bag now, referred to it specifically, and it was a wise comment. And healthy business. And of course, there are additional helpful factors. And generally speaking, buyers are looking to see blue sky for your business, meaning no major risks or issue in the future, and also moats, some competitive advantage that are sustainable and can be protected for the long term. Deal structure today looks a bit different since the buyers are different. They're looking for a different thing. So if before aggregators acquired the business and acquired 100% of the business and said goodbye to the seller at day one, today it is less and less the case. But still, you can find deals like that, but in more cases, we will find deals in which the seller will be asked to stay with the business at least for a certain period of time. And then this goal can be achieved by different structures. So either 100% of the business is acquired, but there are performance payment based on the seller performance, continuing managing their business, or only a certain percentage of the business is acquired at day one, and the rest will be acquired later on based on a formula that is defined in advance during the closing of the deal. And the deals themselves today tend to be more based on EBITDA or EBITDA with some adjustments as opposed to SDE. And when I'm saying is this clear to everyone? No. So SDE is seller discretionary earning. This is a way to calculate your EBITDA, but ignoring certain expenses such as your salary, different one-time expenses, any expense which is not directly related to your business, even if it did help you develop your business at some time, and many other creative ways that we implemented as long as we could in order to raise the profit which will be subject to a certain multiplier that will determine what is the business valuation. Today, deals are relied more on kind of common accounting principles, and these will be EBITDA, okay? So it's an operational profit, but some adjustments are still allowed. So this is something for you to explore when you consider selling your business. So you might be thinking whether you should prepare now for an exit. And then the question is, why exit in the first place? So we've heard Mariana, she had a very good explanation, diversification, maybe I cannot scale the business anymore, so it's time for me to hand it over to the next owner. There are also common sellers' problems. So margin compression, this is something that some sellers face. Lack of operational backbone. Mariana mentioned how much you use third-party providers, but this reliance upon many third-party providers sometimes create challenges. Lack of growth, or the risk that growth will not be obtainable for the long term, and growing competition. Another thing which is interesting to mention is that based on some very simple survey among the deals that we've made, it seems that you will probably generate above 60% of the value from your business upon the sale of the business. So most of the value that you can get from your business will be made by selling it. And here again, if I refer to Sean hard questions from before, how much it is worth if I add 67% to my revenue, actually, it's not only the 67% calculated over your previous revenue, but it's the 67% doubled by the multiple that you will receive. So if you add another $1 million to your profit, then, and assuming that this is a deal in which you get 5 times multiple cash upfront, then any 1 million is worth actually 5 million. So this is a strong motivation for someone to consider selling the business. Diversification and risk mitigation, putting all eggs in one basket, it's frightening. So many sellers would want to explore diversification, and waiting too long before someone exits may cause you face more issues down the road. It may be endanger your ability to keep on growing your business for the long term. And you do want to sell your business when it is still in the growth trend. This is an interesting, I think, very positive data about Amazon in general. So here you can see the number of sellers which have an annual revenue of 1 million and above. So that's kind of the distribution. Altogether, we're talking about 60,000 sellers, give and take. Another interesting factor is that 20% of the top 10,000 sellers still hold this position on Amazon US for over 7 years. Which is a great sign for the industry as a whole. It means that with this so much turbulence in the Amazon space, at the end of the day, you can create very solid businesses that will survive there for the long time. But 80% didn't survive this position, and only over 60% of the top sellers in 2015 are still active today, which is great by itself, but it also means that 40% are not active anymore, and we are talking here about the top sellers. So this is why everyone should ask himself what I'm mostly good at. And there are different phases to the management of brand on Amazon, which we distributed them. You can describe it as you like, but there is one thing to just launch a new business. and if you're good at product research and initial scaling and launching, this is one thing. And then scaling the brand to 2 million, then you should know more about PPC, listing optimization. It's a different, a little bit of a different skills. Scaling for 10 million would usually require you to build teams. It's also another thing. Scaling to 100 million will require management of a real strong team, management of cash flow, maybe financing. So it is all of those will be Amazon sellers, but actually each will manage a different business, and everyone owes himself the recognition of who am I, what I'm good at, and what do I enjoy doing. This is also important because you shouldn't suffer. Okay, so interim conclusion, you can sell your business today. You should consider whether you want to sell it. I mentioned some considerations, not all of them. Multiples altogether are still good if you have a strong business and the right business that can be sold today. And then if you consider selling your business, I want to discuss about how you should prepare for a successful exit. So first of all, you must have an exit strategy. Such a strategy should include the timeline. So what do you think is the right time to sell your business? And also the right tactics. How do you build your business? And I'll refer to it a little bit. How will you, I'm sorry, not build your business. How do you refine the story of your business that you've already built? And what can you expect reasonably that you can still achieve down the road before you are selling it? You should understand what is the target price or the reasonable valuation of your business. And in order to do that, you should explore the market. Just referring to general multiples that people are mentioning, I got this, I got that, and everyone calculate the multiple that they got in a different way. One would refer to the multiple, which includes the cash he got up front, earn-out payments that he may or may not get in the future, inventory may be or may not be included in this price. You should explore yourself how much your business may be worth, and in order to do that, you need to identify relatively similar deals to your business. So each business is valued differently. Prepare for due diligence. Don't underevaluate this. You must know what are the risks in your business in 5 minutes. So I'll go really fast. And tax regime. Understand what are the tax implications that you will face once you sell your business. So understand your strength, risk management, and then according to that, define your exit point. About due diligence, here, since this is so important and will fail many deals if major issues will be found in the business, we have created at Fortunate some free tool for all of you to just work with and try, which can help you evaluate independently what are the risks of your business and what is the direction to correct them. So you're most welcome to enter and play with it a bit. While doing this, you will ensure that your business is sellable. You will prevent a loss in valuation if it is sellable of up to 25%, because this may be the outcome of major issues, and get a plan that you can implement. Timing is crucial. You will not, and it's everything one would say when deciding on when to sell your business. You will never know what is the perfect time. There is no such a thing, a perfect timing. So you should decide what is right for you, and again, measure risks against your expectations and your risk appetite. This is something that you need to evaluate, but you must make sure that you sell your business at a time in which it still shows growth. If your business starts to be flat or decline, then you get to the lower multiples for sure. I think that I can finish with that. Thank you very much for your patience. Yes. Thank you.
For me, selling just the physical product brand has been pretty straightforward. But whenever I go to sell like an agency or mastermind or service business, the biggest struggle I have is replacing myself as a key person driving growth. So how soon should we start working on replacing myself before we go to market?
You're talking about selling your business with the team in place, right?
But exit for me means leaving, not staying.
Yeah, leaving, not stay. Yes, so you should do one of three things. Okay, if it is the right business and for some reason there is a buyer that is willing to pay a good price for it, even if you don't stay with you or your team do not stay with the business. Okay, that's fine. If this is a business that the team is very important at, then you should either be prepared to stay with the business for a certain time. It's not forever. It can be between 6 months to 2 years, depends on the seller, on the buyer. And you should make sure that you have a strong team in place that can actually take, be in charge of the main tasks.
I'm talking more specifically about 1 or 2 key players. Like the team stays intact, but should I be upfront with the acquirer that I have no interest in staying around? Or, I mean, is it better to start early and replace yourself so that you're not valuable at the exit?
This is here you should consider also costs, because you don't want to harm your profit just because you want to create a replacement. So at least you should have a plan in place. Make sure that you identify which roles should be filled in by a replacement, and maybe once you're starting talking with the buyer, then you can actually recruit this person. So it's a balance of preparing your business for sale, but not increasing your cost if this is not a must. I hope that answered your question.
Kind of.
Okay, so what did...
Do you find that a key person saying upfront that they don't want to stay around is harming the relationship or negotiation?
Oh, I see. If you have a dependency over key persons, yeah, okay. So first of all, this is a question also for you. I mean, if you have key persons, you should try to protect their staying with the business. You need them too, if they are really key persons. If this is not the case for you and they are replaceable, then buyer would, at the end of the day, see them in the same way. We are familiar with some businesses where they motivated the team to stay in place by connecting them economically to the result of the sale. So this is something that indeed you can prepare your business for. And here it depends about as much as your team is larger and that someone in the team really holds a very unique position, then this is something that is worth considering. Okay, now I got it. Any other question? Yeah.
So how hard will it be to sell supplement company?
So supplements, it's very interesting. We at Fortunate, liked the supplement space from the very beginning because we saw that these are products that tend to be reacquired, right? You have a confidence of clients and it's relatively easy to operate. Many times you don't have too many SKUs, but nevertheless, at the beginning of the kind of aggregators trend, they shied away from this field. With time, it became more popular, and today I can say that there is a lot of demand to supplement businesses. We have sold a few, and we are working on selling more. So there are buyers actively looking to acquire businesses in this field.
Okay, So another question, what 3 main things you will look when you build a brand for selling, just from the beginning, when you create a brand with purpose to sell it? What, like 3
Yeah,
main things?
it's a very good question. Let me hear. So before that, first of all, the product itself should be in a category which is considered to be a good category. What is a good category? Usually evergreen product category, which is evergreen, not something that will vanish in the foreseeable future. And less seasonal. It doesn't mean that you cannot sell a business with seasonal products, but still it's higher risk, it's more difficult to operate. The market size is important, usually as much as the overall market and the demand for such products is higher, then you have more room to grow. If you're dominating even a small niche, maybe it's a strength for the long term, but you are capped with, on the ability to keep on growing the business. Your position within the category is important. The number of reviews is critical. Of course, this should be genuine and legit reviews. The financial trajectory, you always pay attention to your revenue growth and your healthy profit. So if you choose to sacrifice your profit at a certain time in order to promote the business, that's fine, as long as you know how you will regain the profitability, which is reasonable also for you if you manage such a business. Number of SKUs. So a business with too many SKUs is considered difficult to operate. Buyers would appreciate a business with, 10, 20, 30 SKUs more than a business with thousands of SKU. It doesn't mean that a business with thousands of SKU cannot be sold. We have sold a few like those, but this is much more difficult.
And are the buyers looking like how competitive niche it is? Like, because in supplements in some niches they're like very aggressive, but do they know about this stuff? Do they looking for this?
Yes. Buyers would explore the market. Actually, what we do when we prepare businesses for sale, part of the analysis that we present to buyer is the analysis of the competitive environment. When you sell your business, in any case, you must identify everything about it. So the advantages and strong point of the business, and also the low lights, and then you should address them, because nothing will be kept unknown to the buyer. When the buyer buys the business, they understand everything about it. Yeah, you have to disclose anything, you have to learn it. For that reason, it's very important to start and prepare in advance, okay? Because many times, if you missed something and you did something kind of wrong or not in the best way, many times these are curable, but you should use the time to make sure that you fix whatever is fixable. Sure. Okay, yeah, Melanie.
Probably the last question. We've seen a lot of sellers that have, some of them, they sort of like operate on a mixed model. So they've got online marketplaces and they've got brick and mortar.
Yeah.
Have you guys come across those? Have you been
Yes.
successful
Yes.
in doing
Yeah, usually it's, as long as all channels are really operational, generate profit and growing, so you really have business in other channels, this is great. This is great. Your business is stronger. It means that your brand is more of a real brand. And yes, I wouldn't advise anyone to just start and selling on different channels just for showing that they touched, and there are also sellers that try to do that. This will be a waste of time and money. But if you can really develop your business in more than one channel, that's great.
are they still looking for businesses that are sort of like focused on one channel and there's an opportunity for them to grow, or they will also speak to those sellers that are sort of like working on only multi-channel?
So aggregators, if you're looking just on aggregators, and as I mentioned, I think that today we don't have a single deal in which we just rely upon aggregators. We will sell mostly not to aggregators, but aggregators, yes, they will buy businesses which are 100% Amazon, and also others. Yeah, so it's, I mean, Amazon businesses have proven themselves to be real businesses. There is enough information, enough data today that supports this conclusion, that there is a real business out there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause for Michal. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to set up very quickly for our last speaker, and this is Antonio Bindi from 11 Brands. So if you give me just 1 second, we're just going to set him up and plug him in. Do you want to?
Yeah, clicker.
There you go. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. There you go. That.
All of it. Where's the clicker?
Give me this one. So plug it in. So I'm just going to put it out there.
This. Oh, and no, this here.
1 second. 1 second. Oh yeah, that's not there.
But we need.
It can't disconnect from this.
Certainly can. Just rip it from here. Hang on. As this is being built, I'm a 8-figure seller from Brazil. I'll still pick a presentation. I'll actually let you guys pick a presentation because I was originally going to speak about international expansion, but Kevin Sanderson already touched on that. So I have two options. We can go deeper into international expansion and my experience with that, or we could talk about managing large catalogs. We're selling hundreds of SKUs across these marketplaces, and we could talk about that, talk about variations and best practices. So what do you guys prefer? International expansions or variations? Variations, great. Both? We don't have the time. I'd love to. We don't have the time though. It is this one. So there's a bit of operational tips that I like to give. So it's F5. Here we go. So hold the timer. So like I said, we're selling in 13 countries. We're hundreds of SKUs across. We don't have all of our SKUs around, but this is me. I'm based in Rio de Janeiro. I'm not a service provider, not an agency, not here to sell you anything. I'm just very present in these events, and I'd like to meet people, and I've learned so much from being here. So always learning, making connections, and giving back. You won't hear a pitch from me. You won't hear. I don't need your email or subscription. So, okay, one tip that I always give for someone who has several variations is to be very consistent with their SKU naming convention. This is something that will really help you in the future. As soon as you start, plan your products ahead or plan a naming convention for your SKUs that is consistent, descriptive, readable, and simple, and always use, do I sound okay back there? Okay, always use hyphens in your SKUs, and I'll show you why. Just as an example, this is a company, this is a piece of a catalog of a company I joined a few years ago. Can anyone tell me what I'm selling? Do you have any idea what I'm selling here? No, okay. Yeah, neither did I, and it was really, really hard to decipher all of this when I took over the company. So try to be descriptive as well with your SKUs. These numbers don't say much. What I like to do is create a naming convention that will include what the brand is, what the product is, and of course, this is, go on.
Why do you use GS1 barcodes?
No, I'm talking about my SKUs, the way that I organize my products within my own network, my suppliers, nothing to do with GS1 barcodes. I will get to that. I don't like, I mean, we do have to buy the GS1 barcodes to start out, but we don't use the UPC barcode on our products. We use the FMSKU, and I'll get to that. But when we're building our SKUs, we try to have the brand product. You have to determine what is needed, what is relevant to your product, but quantity, feature, size, color, batch, and how we're fulfilling it. These are all things that I try to put in my SKU so I can have a better control and better understanding of what I'm looking at. Try to make it simple. Use abbreviations. These are the obvious ones. Everyone knows size codes, numbers for sizing, color codes. Come up with your own ideas with color codes. Foresee expansion, so not only blue, but light blue, dark blue. Try to use this lettering or these abbreviations consistently. If material is something that will be relevant in your products, you can also use abbreviations that will represent those materials. If you're only using selling products that are made of wood and have different kinds of wood, by all means, use that as the descriptive part of your SKUs. Of course, finish, patterns, features. Does anyone want to? No? Okay. So finish, patterns, features. There's many things you can add to your SKUs. And as an example, I'm selling, this is not my product, but it's just as an example. If you're selling the Hydro Flask wide mouth water bottle, the Hydro Flask water bottle, this is the wide mouth with a straw lid, 32 ounces in black. This is how I would build my SKU. And you can actually read what the product is once you get used to this. And you'll see that your team will start speaking in codes, speaking in SKUs. So let's just buy the WMSL, let's buy the 32BK. That's how you'll start speaking in the company. And it's much easier than trying to identify all of the variations. If you're selling multiple countries, also add a prefix. This is important because if you're selling in multiple regions, and if you're using NARF or you're using EFN, your products go back and forth to get returned to the wrong place. You want to know exactly where they came from, where they're going to. And if you're shipping products to the UK and to Europe, but you're selling through EFN, your cost of goods has to be tracked to the unit that was sold and not where it was sold at. So a product that's being sold in France, but you shipped it to the UK, it will have a completely different cost structure. And you would want to know, your accountant will want to know that that unit was the ones that you paid so much in the UK. If your product requires a batch number, most products that have expiration dates will. You could also add that. And if you're doing FBA, FBM, or third party, also add that and make sure you differentiate your FBA SKU from your FBM. You'll actually have to, but this is the way I would do it. So objectives, this is something we learned in school. Just the order that things, how you say stuff. So try to make it readable, as you would say, a large red car and not a car large red. Just try to make it fluid and readable. So what comes first, size of color? This just as an example. It really depends on what people are buying. If people are buying like the red shoe and have different sizes, the sizes is the last determiner, the last variation determiner. Just put it in the end. If it's a product that people primarily buy by size and then the color is just a choice, put that in the end. So try to determine what's the how people are searching for the product as well. So just another idea, just another example here, the Asics running shoes, the gel contour something, medium, black and white, size 6. Why should you bother about that? Filters. This is an example of my business reports. You want to look at just right here. These are my my SKUs. It's much easier for you to filter by model, by size, by color. Once you use these hyphens, you can just use the hyphen and whatever modifier it is, and you can easily filter what the products are, or create families, or create reports based on does it contain that string of text in the SKU. Also, and like I mentioned, if you're selling in different countries, you want to know what the origin of the SKU. You can filter by model, you can filter by size, and so forth. If anyone has used a service that does automated PPC campaign building, you know that they'll create campaigns with the ASINs. If you're looking at a report like this, you have no idea what the ASINs are. I don't remember what my ASINs are. I have maybe 2 or 3 that I can recognize. But if you have that in SKUs instead of ASINs, it will make it much, much easier for you to know what you're looking at your reports. So you don't have to be going back and forth to identify what campaign that is. Again, communication, like I said, your teams will start speaking in SKUs. You're going to start speaking with your suppliers in SKUs and not products. It makes it a lot easier for you to send purchase orders, backing lists, just a lot more identifiable. Also, if anyone's used to carton markings, it's also something that you can't really tell what that is. And if you have several variations that you're selling at the same time, you don't want to print carton markings for each variation. That makes it more expensive and harder for your supplier to use the cartons. So what I'll do is I'll just stick a barcode label with my SKU on the cartons, and that you can have like this whole batch of cartons pre-made and print your labels later. Print your labels on demand. This will facilitate 3PL receiving process. They just scan the barcode with your SKU, and it's much easier than someone coming here and trying to read this and type in manually what that carton that just arrived is about. Same with FBA labels. If a shipment is deviated, if you need to deviate a shipment from Amazon, if you're shipping straight into Amazon and need to send it to 3PL for some reason, always have a SKU barcode on the box, even if you have the FBA label as well. Just to, because this is how big the SKU goes in the FBA label, so it's really hard for you to read it. But if you have like a big a label like this, it will make your life and your 3PL's life much easier. I'm mentioning about FMSKU labels. I also do my own custom FMSKUs. This is what Amazon generates for you. It's a very small, is this a laser pointer? It is. So it's just a small FMSKU label with a short title. This is good, but you don't know what color it is. You don't know what size it is. You don't know what kind it is. Probably all of these variations carry the same product name. So if you send your supplier like a big file with hundreds of labels, it'll be hard for them to tell them apart. So what I do here is I'll create my own FMSKU label. I'll just extract what the barcode is, and I'll put the full name of the product. I'll put my FMSKU, my SKU, and still have the made in China, the new, and the original barcode label. I just create these in any like in Word or PowerPoint, and send my supplier like a big file with like a big PDF file with all of the labels together. It also makes it really easy for your supplier to identify and know where to stick, which products to stick those labels to. If you don't have that, what you have to send them is like an Excel file with your SKUs, and they have to visually and manually tell them apart. This just makes it a lot easier. Any questions so far? No? Does anyone do anything like this? Is this very, okay, so you're very used to that? Okay. So let's go into selling large catalogs, much more interesting. That was like an operational side of what I was had to say. Can anyone tell me how many different brands of shoelaces I'm selling here? 8? No, they're all the same brand, but there's no consistency, and you can't tell this apart. This was actually a branded search, so this is how I have them all on the same page. But these are all the same brand, but the images look completely different. How about this? Much easier for you to, when you have like this big search result page, and you see this, you can immediately tell that this is the same brand. So there's the image consistency. And this is something that I strive to do with my products as well. One way you can do that, if you have different products, is to try to add a visually identifiable graphic element, like they did here. They have this small instructions or booklet that comes with it. This is borderline non-compliant. It's borderline non-compliant, but this seller, Grillaholics, they're doing a great job. And you can easily tell that these are all the same products. And not only on the product detail page, not only on the search results, but within the product detail page, if you're looking at the sponsored results down here, or if it's different areas of sponsored results, you can also see in your buy it with, you immediately can tell that these are all the same brand, or most of them are the same brand. And I understand, and the way I see it, this helps with brand recognition, strength, and trust. So you'll see that they're all across Amazon. You'll see them repeatedly. Just builds a little more trust, in my opinion. What? Okay, so talking about products with multiple variations, some categories will give you a color swatch right under the main image. These two don't have. I'm still to understand what determines when this will show. It's not variation count, variation theme, color map. I've tried it all, but Amazon will sometimes give you this color swatch. And this is great because it gets people more curious about what else you have to offer. They'll likely click on it. And I've seen it increase click-through rates when you have the color swatch. If you don't have a color swatch from Amazon, you can always create your own, like these laundry baskets have, like the shoelaces have, or maybe a bit too much, but like little dots. Many different ways that you can create your own color swatch just to entice people to come into your listing and explore what else you have to offer. You can use your own main image. If you do, I would recommend not bringing, so this is the main image with the color swatch. I would not bring the color swatch into the color swatch images because that's too much, as I'll show here. This person has like several different colors. They brought the several different colors to the color swatch, and for me, this just creates a little. Sorry? This is a main image, but he used the main image as the color swatch as well. But you can pick. You can put a different image, and I'll show you. You can use a different image as the color swatch. And in his case, where you already have all this the rainbow of colors, I would not repeat the rainbow here. And I believe he was present at my last presentation when I spoke about this, because he later changed it. And now I just saw this today. His listing now only has the actual one color that's being sold. Yeah. So try to have an image that fills all of the swatch area, with no irrelevant elements. Make it consistent across variations. Don't Photoshop the colors, for God's sake, that looks horrible. Can you turn the lights off for me? Yeah, these, yeah, thank you. Because I'm going to show some details. So please don't Photoshop the colors and try to make them really distinguishable. Better now, huh? Okay. So try to, in terms of filling the swatch area, this person is selling fishing rods. Can you really tell what the colors are here? It's really hard, right? So I would probably use like a color palette, not use the main image to try to make more evident what the colors are. No irrelevant elements, the same way that Drink Mixer did. You don't need to bring the color swatch into the color swatches here. I would just get rid of this and use the main color. Try to be consistent. If this is if these are the color options, try to use the same image or the same position or the same style of image, because this just looks bad. So each of these is completely different. Unless it's relevant that the shape is different, I would try to have them all in the same position and the same presentation. Don't do this. Don't Photoshop colors, because people will hover over your colors and it will look horrible. It's obvious that this was done and the result is not really good. Any shopper will tell that this is not the actual color they'll receive when they buy the product. Horrible, huh? Yeah. So people, this is actually my mouse going through the swatches, and this is what you see. So this is so obviously Photoshop that for me this looks much better. If you have different products, if you have different prints, by all means use them and take proper pictures of each one of them. Again, if you have these swatches and they're very much alike because you have so many different prints, instead of repeating them here, having them, you can even distinguish what there is. It doesn't look much better if you just take a piece of your artwork and bring it over to the, go on. No. When you can, when you have a color variation, you actually in your images, when you upload your images, there's a swatch image that you can upload as well. So you can actually choose a different image, an image that's different from your main image, and you should because of this. So I would probably, in this example, I would grab like a piece of the print and bring it closer rather than having like the main image. Someone had a question back there?
Basically, if you do it manually, the last picture will say swatch.
Yes.
If you do it with a template, the last picture of the template will be the swatch image.
Template, you mean a flat file?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A flat file, which you can, if you have like a large variation, we work with 200 variations. So this is, we use the flat file, and over there you can put the swatch image. 100% agree with him. It makes
Correct.
more sense.
Correct. Yeah, and you should if you have, if you're trying to take better control of how your images, your variations show here. Also, you can have a dedicated image just for that. This example, he's using a close-up of the product that's not included in any of his images. So a great way to get it closer. Or my favorite is create a color palette. Just grab a piece of the product and use it as a color palette. If you're doing that, please be careful in having them consistent as well. You don't want to see this or this. All of these colors have like this nice shadow from the left. This one doesn't. So try to be consistent and have your designers create your swatches, your swatch images with that in mind. Try not to cause confusion. Even in your main image, I think this is kind of confusing. Am I buying a multi-pack? Is this the one unit? Am I buying the red one? And of course, please try to use the correct product. This person is selling this slim bottle, but the swatches have these fat bottles. So it doesn't even, you're not even showing the correct product in your swatches. So be consistent with that. Not only for swatches, but this is something it's a pet peeve of mine. If you have multiple colors, make sure your secondary images are always showing the product that you're selling, and not different stuff. So he's selling the red bottle, but the infographic has a white one, the other one has a black one, a blue and a red. So it's all confusing. So if you have the means, they'll photograph all of your products and all of the settings, and bring that to your secondary images as well. Try to avoid this kind of situation where you have not completely different, but you have related products in different packages, sizes. This is just too much information. In this case, the only extra large 4P one available is the brown and white. So it's kind of confusing that you're trying to find an item, but then you click here, but then the size that you're buying is not available. Try to break that up. I know that there's advantages in bringing your variations together, especially if you want to merge your reviews. But this guy has 20,400 variations. I don't think he's trying to bump up reviews. Probably his BSR, but I would avoid this kind of confusing variation. Oh, here it is. Yeah. A variation hack I really like is using the wrong theme. So this product he's selling weights, and the theme should be size, or I don't think they have the weight theme. I don't know this category, but he's clearly using the image, the color variation. When you choose the variation theme, he's using the color variation to create these, using custom images. He's representing the weights here instead of just having like a drop down or the words. Well, I believe so too, but I thought it was a pretty clever way to represent the weights, and I've seen this across different categories. But I agree with you. At some point, it may be torn down, but I just thought it was pretty clever and worth sharing. In terms of variation names, they are ordered. The variations are ordered alphabetically by the color name. So this is for colors. It may not be the case for every variation, but if you want them to be ordered in another way, just use a letter. I prefer using numbers, but you can actually order your variations based on their names, except for the first one. The first one will always be the one you clicked on to come to the product detail page. All of the other ones will be alphabetically ordered. Another mistake that I see people making in swatches is using the SKU as the swatch name. Make it readable. Write green here or write red, and these give it an actual descriptive name, because no one's buying the BSSR01. They want the red shirt. This may end up in your product title. Sometimes Amazon will bring it here, and it means nothing in your product title, but red does. And if someone's buying the red shirt, they'll want to come to the correct product. So preferably use like a name that's searchable. Probably they're not buying the, I don't know, misty olive color, but they're buying the green one. So try to be, unless that's really, really relevant for your product, try to be as descriptive and searchable as possible with your variation names. I also like to, this is another trick that I've seen that I really like. Try to have your images demonstrate the use. 5 minutes? Okay. Try to have your images demonstrate how the product's going to be used. This is a storage box for Hot Wheels. Would you buy this storage box for Hot Wheels or this storage box for Hot Wheels? So even though your products are not there, they're not included, he should probably have written here, car's not included or somewhere. But this, if someone's searching for Hot Wheels storage cases, show them exactly what you're offering. And this seller did something really clever. This is his Hot Wheels storage container. from Home for Store, but he's selling the exact same product, exact same case as the doll storage container. So it's the same product, different SKU, different ASIN, different inventory, but he's marketing to the searches that he's probably looking at his search sum reports, seeing what people are searching for and how they're finding his product, and creating new products based on those searches. So I thought that was pretty clever too. I'm going to need a little bit more than 5 minutes, if you don't mind. Just something that I'd like to show with variations or large catalogs. It's what I call the Kellogg's approach to dominate shelf space. No one needs this many different kinds of cornflakes, but the reason they have it is just so they dominate the most shelf space they can. And by shelf space in Amazon, we also call it real estate, is dominating as many clickable slots with your brand. So this is a legit search for sunscreen, and Neutrogena is occupying almost like 80% of the searches of the options that you can search, that you can click on. Again, Gorillaholics, you should also do that with PPC by targeting your own ASINs. So in my products, I have campaigns for every single one of my products, targeting all of my other products. So if you go into one of my product detail pages, you'll see something similar, where my product is pretty much, well, first I'm up here, and also in all of the sponsored results, clickable slots, I'm also dominating and pushing, or at least making it more expensive for competitors to show here. Down at the end of the sheet, the page will also see that with compare with similar items. So there's an advantage of expanding our catalog if with products that are related, just so you can occupy more of the product detail page. Same with A+ content. I use this aggressively. These are comparison charts. We're not comparing whatever this is, it's a scrub with a tong. But I'm showcasing in every one of my products, I'm showcasing several of my other products that are relatable. If someone's doing barbecue, they're buying, I don't know what product this is, but if they're buying a spatula, they could be interested in another product of mine that goes with barbecue. And this is my last couple slides. From all of these slots that I've shown you, there's one that I really like, and it's called the virtual bundles. Is anyone familiar with virtual bundles? Okay, you all know what it is, but I'm going to show you something really cool you can do with it. So virtual bundles, once you set them up on Amazon, you'll be cross-selling or selling together different SKUs that you have. And when you do that, Amazon will create this new section right under your main image and right under the buy box. You just create a new section with 6 images. You can also click for more, or with 6 listings, and it pushes down all of the competitors or everything else, all of the PPC. But what's really cool about this is that you're not only showing more of your products, so you're occupying more of the clickable slots in your product detail page, but there's a little hack that I really like. And if you're super compliant, like you seem to be, this may also be cut off at some point, but it hasn't been at this point. But for virtual bundles, the main image of the virtual bundle can be a lifestyle image showcasing 2 of your products. So what you do with that, 2 or more of your products. So what you get with that is you don't only have this little carousel with small thumbnails. You just created a new carousel of images, and you can go as far as many products as you have, but you just created a new carousel of images that can be lifestyle, or that can be set up somewhere, maybe not useful for every product. Maybe you won't sell all of your products together, but it just gives you an opportunity to show the products in use. And I think that this is a really cool hack for virtual bundles. And of course, bundles rank. So by all means, create as many as you want, as you can. And at some point, they will rank in a search. And the last tip I have for bundles, and that's probably my last slide, is bundles. You can't group bundles in product families, so they mess up your inventory page. If you go into your managed inventory, you'll see thousands of bundles there. Name your bundles with a Z and just throw them to the very end of your inventory page. So you don't even look at them, because Amazon should put them in a completely separate page, but they don't. If your bundles are named like your SKUs are, you'll just mess up your whole inventory page. It's horrible to navigate. So rename your bundles, your their bundle SKUs to start with a Z. And that's, oh, okay. One last, this is my last, I won't, okay, let's go. This single, piece of graphic here increased my sales by 20% just by including this. If you're launching a new product and you have other products, get your bestseller products. For example, if you're buying the, is that a grill mat? And you're now launching the grill brush, and your grill mat already has a lot of traffic, give a discount on your grill brush, like a 50% discount for whoever buys the product. They're going to buy the mat anyway. Give them like an aggressive discount to buy the brush, and this will quickly bring traffic to a listing that's not even visible. And it will quickly also go to the frequently bought together section. So this is a secondary image. This is not my main image. You would put this as a secondary image somewhere just to make sure on both listings, yeah. But mainly on the one that already has a lot of traffic, because you want to bring people from that one. And if you have several products that have a lot of traffic, by all means, use this on your bestsellers, bringing traffic to the one product that you're launching. Do that for the first couple of weeks, and you'll see like instant traffic coming to it. You have to set up a promotion that's buy this item and get 50% off this other item. This is one of the promotion settings that you can create. And it will also show in the product, you have like these different, I don't have it here, but you can, the product detail page will also say, buy this product and get 50% off something else. So it's easy way to bring traffic. And if you're also trying to boost a product that's being dormant, great way to bring it to life back again.
But for example, how people will find the brush? Do you give some kind of link?
No, you want them to search for it.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly what you want to do. You want them to search for the Grillaholics brush and find it, because search, find, buy. Okay? So there's no link. Just let them know that you have a new grill brush. Use the name of whatever you want to have them to search. Is it a grill brush or new grill brush? When bought together, it's an easy way to bring traffic to it. And can I give it another click? No. Oh, this. Are you guys okay? I can do another 5. This is another 3 or 5 minutes, but are you all familiar with DataDive? Okay, so for title optimization, great product, yeah. Brandon said he'd be here for me today. He lied to me. So with DataDive, what I do is if you know, you have your title here, and you're comparing to your competitors. Once I do that, and once I determine that I have the highest ranking juice for my product, does anyone not know what this is? No? Okay, so I'm building my titles, I'm comparing to my competitors. Now, if I have several variations, and this is category dependent, so don't rely on this for every category, but in home, you're able to have a different title for each variation, completely different title, not just the end, not just the color name. What I'll do is I'll bring my own variations here, And I'll duplicate this page. This is a Google Sheet. I don't use the SaaS version, sorry, Brandon, but I use the Google Sheet. Instead of having my competitors here, comparing myself to them, I'll create a different title for the brown diaper caddy. I'll create a new one for the gray one. I'll create a new one for the white one. And with this, what I want to do is make sure that I'm filling all the gaps and I don't have any high ranking Jews or high volume keywords that are not being targeted by any of my variations. So in the end, what I try to see is that all of the lines are filled here. And the way we do it is we go into Helium 10 and we download the keyword ranking report, historic, and we'll see which variation has had the best performance for each keyword over time, and those reports will tell you that. And we will dedicate that keyword to that specific variation's title. So you'll see that the very first words will always be diaper caddy, but diaper change organizer. We'll start building these the titles for each specific variation with the keywords that have been performing the best for them. And that's it. So I was able to make it. Thank you very much. Questions? Oh, I can send it to you. Oh, sorry, this can't be comment on here. Sorry. I can send it to you. I have you on LinkedIn, but if anyone wants this and there's no sign up, you don't need to send me your email. Find me on LinkedIn. I'll gladly send it to you. If you have any questions, by all means, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio.
I don't.
That was it.
Not yet.
Remember that guy's name.
Yeah, we don't win the list.
There's a list going here right now.
I'll ask Sean to collect your emails.
Just setting up. 1 second. Let's pick up this cable. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It, unfortunately. That was the last speaker of the day. So
That's the best thing to hear.
So in order for our online audience to make the most of today, we decided to cut the afternoon break short because we didn't want them hanging around with nothing to do. So we want to say a great big thank you to everyone who joined us online. We really do appreciate you coming and watching us. So we thank you and we hope you come and join us again very soon. So thanks those all on. This is all for you.
And thank you to everybody who came in person as well. We truly understand and appreciate the value of your time, and it's really important where you put those hours. And so we're honored that you decided to spend your day here with us. And we wanted to send a thank you to our sponsors for making today such an incredible event, making this possible. So the Scale for E-tail team, Avast, Getida, Fortinet, and Zignify. And then, of course, our other sponsors today, Sellersfi, Rich Goldstein's Patent Law, and the Titan Network. So thank you again to everybody.
Scale for E-tail is all about creating new moments, new memories, but it's also about creating a community. And one of our other sponsors is the Titan Network, and they also know a lot about putting a community and a network together. So I would just like to invite Athena Severi from the Titan Network to the stage to say a few words on for us. Thank you. Athena Severi.
Thank you, Dory. Hi, guys. Oh, thank you for that. Cool. Okay, so what I wanted to bring to your attention, for those of you who don't know me, I've been in this industry for about 9 years. and I have the largest mastermind in the world for Amazon sellers. What does that mean? We help mentor, coach, we have this strategy, and we live and breathe this day in, day out, because we are not some organization that puts like a recorded course out there and say, bye. We actually see our guys, we support them 365 days a year, right? And as an entrepreneur, and there's some people in this room who I am just in awe of, some of the most amazing bosses I've ever met are in this room, like Queen Melanie, where are you? There she is. I mean, if you want a serial entrepreneur, right there. Yeah, there's so many in here that I respect and love so much. But one of the things that I notice that people who are very successful do is they leverage the power of experts. If you want to get somewhere 10 times faster, why not find someone who's actually been there and done that? And that's what you guys did today, is you learn from people who've been doing this for years, right? The other thing that really helps speed up the process is to work with people that understand things. Like, just try to globally expand on your own. Like, I dare you, right? So if you go and you actually work with Avask, they're going to help you get there so much faster, right? Same thing with Signify. These guys are sourcing experts. They have so many years doing what they do. And if you try and do that on your own, and I know because 9 years ago I started, just as a seller, trying to make this thing happen, trying to communicate with China. I didn't know what I was doing, and I wasted so much time, energy, and money. And that's a very common story, right? So if you want to get to where you want to be faster, even Tony Robbins says proximity is power. If you're in a room with someone who's been doing something for 10 years, one conversation can completely change your perspective and help save you what might have taken you years to accomplish, right? So I just wanted to leave you with this. I do not let a lot of people into our network because I'm like a mommy lion, right? Every single one of the partners that put this thing on together, they're like our family. And when we have our events that last like 4 or 5 days, instead of going and pitching you and giving you business cards and whatever, these guys will literally sit next to you. I mean, I've got one of my beautiful Titans right here. She knows that they will sit next to you. And Gatita, for example, one of their representatives actually sat with a bigger seller and found him $92,000 that he was owed from Amazon and wasn't aware of it, right? That wasn't from some stupid interaction of like, hey, give me your business card. Okay, cool. Here's my business card. Okay, cool. It doesn't work that way. That took work. It took sitting down and caring a lot about that business owner and wanting that business owner to win. So all I can say is that the guys that are involved with Scale for eTail, they're here for you. They're here for the seller. I know because I represent about 1,200 of them, and they have been moved by these guys. So I just wanted to give one last really warm round of applause to everyone that's put this on, because I genuinely appreciate what you do for entrepreneurs out there. You guys are stars. So let's really give them this huge acknowledgement. This is like the kickoff, you guys. And when you're starting a new movement, you start the energy. This is the first time they did this in Miami. So it's a beautiful room full of amazing human beings. I've gotten to meet some of you. So anyway, thank you again for having me and for some of my Titans out there. And again, entrepreneurship is a special thing, you guys. And I was talking to some of these guys over here, and it's like, however much momentum you put into it, however much risk you're willing to take, however much you're willing to put yourself out there, that's really the return that you get. And so one of the things I think you guys should think about before you leave here is that why, those goals, you kind of heard that throughout all of this. Depending on where you want to end up, you need to put that much momentum into whatever it is that you're doing to actually achieve those goals, right? So let's make a little moment here for ourselves and just decide, based on what you saw here today, whatever you're going to take home and actually do to create more momentum. And while we're networking out there, I will tell you, find some of these experts, speak to them, learn from them. Find the seller that's doing 5 million. If you want to be doing 5 million, find the seller. I know who a few of you are who's already doing that, and go and talk to them and ask them questions. And here's a really good one. If you were to start again, what would you tell yourself to do differently? You like that? Okay, cool. All right, so anyway, that's all. I just wanted to say thank you again. Love you all, and thank you. You guys are stars. Thank you so much, Lisa and Mike, for all that you guys do. Here you go.
Thank you so much. Athena Severi from the Titan Network. Sorry.
Oh, hi. I will not take you into the restroom with me.
So, before we go, we wanted to let you know that it's not over. We are going back to Europe. So we've got Madrid on the 9th of May, we've got Paris on the 11th, Berlin on the 16th, and then London on the 18th. And then we're looking to come back to the US. So these events are going to be continuing. So please keep an eye out. Go to scaleforretail.com, sign up and become a member. Okay, so.
Okay. All right, wonderful. Again, thank you guys all so much. If you would like to join us just outside, there are some beverages for everybody, beer and wine. Enjoy some networking. What's up?
I would love a picture if we could all just line up in the back so we could take a picture with everyone. That would be fantastic. Let's do it. Let's have fun. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also, there is a QR code we have got, I think, on a phone somewhere. So if you do want to, join the network, you can also scan the QR code and join the chat. Okay. So we will.
Local WhatsApp group for here, so you guys can afterwards connect with one another and ask each other questions and grow together.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks,
It's
y'all.
been great.